McMullin.com. All right, we will start with this story. It's unfortunate, but it looks like wedding bells aren't in Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum's future after all. Their 3-year relationship is reportedly over.
Nothing is over!
I can't believe it. Didn't you think they were going to
I did.
Nothing is over!
It's over! This one's over!
With multiple sources confirming that they have called off.
What they had.
They have called off their engagement. The actors first got together
The referee enough. Funny about Channing Tatum. What went on?
after
Sorry.
working on the film Blink twice.
By the way, I keep you in my leg.
Kravitz's directorial debut and got engaged a year ago. They were seen together on October 6th when Tatum joined her at a play starring their Blink Twice co-star Levon Hawke. While neither of their reps has confirmed the breakup yet, Kravitz has been spotted recently without her engagement ring. So I don't know, man. This is multiple sources are confirming this, but they have not said anything.
They have
yet.
not, but there's, as you said, multiple sources are confirming that this is the case. But it was so recently that he'd posted a kind of a loving picture of her asleep, tucked into his chest, and then they seemed on a good path.
Yeah, that post is still on his feed, so they're not unofficial yet on Instagram.
Okay. All right.
I don't like it.
We will watch it close. I know. I like them as a couple.
I like them as a couple. I like both of them separately and together.
Yes. All right. I have more couple news. Hugh Jackman and actress Sutton Foster are reportedly inseparable.
Let me ask you, Casey.
Yeah.
You told us a story where you went to see them. Maybe it was him.
It was a Music Man. They were they started.
Was she the one he called out on stage for stepping in last minute to? Okay.
No. She was the star of the show. But what I didn't know is that she is just a dynamo on Broadway. She is the there's a whole community,
there's a world,
that I was unaware of. So, I heard rumblings of this a couple of days ago.
This is according to sources that have been talking to Page Six. You were holding out on me. You weren't giving me the
You don't give a scoop to our entertainment reporter.
Listen, I didn't.
He's a beat reporter.
I didn't have cold hard facts.
Okay.
It was just
I
it was
appreciate
all
that.
rumor.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And so if you were going to broadcast,
He's not going to let you go on air and put your career on the line.
You're doing your journalistic duty.
We have
that's
integrity.
right.
Yeah, we have integrity.
So according to the sources, the two spent
I want to be very integrous.
spend all of their free time together. They are a regular couple. They are just private, a source added while speaking with Page Six.
Did they do brunch, Preston? Did they mention that?
No, did they mention this?
yeah, they eat specifically and exclusively.
Boxes of crackers.
Yeah.
Wow, so they're a
Together.
cracker couple.
Yeah. Sometimes candy bars too.
Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
I love his accent.
I do too. So anyway, they have been rumored to be a thing for a minute now, following Jackman's divorcing his wife earlier this year. Forster, meanwhile, filed for divorce from her husband this month. So according to the source, they are still together. They go out of their way to hide it, but it's common knowledge.
When you're that high profile, it's only a matter of time, no matter how hard you try to hide these things. Trust me.
Foster and Jackman allegedly had a connection when they started the Music Man together, which ran from December 2021 to January 2023. So
Jackman's wife, that he's now separated from, are they fully divorced? I think. Are they? I didn't know.
I thought
Preston,
they
I'm
were.
sorry.
go back and read my story. Hang on here.
No problem. But they seemed like they were good, but I believe she's much older than he is.
Divorced his wife last year.
Okay.
So this was sad news. It came down yesterday, and we were just talking about this actress
I
yesterday
know.
amongst ourselves. Terry Garr, Oscar-nominated actress, known for her work in films like Young Frankenstein, Tootsie, and Mr. Mom, has died, according to her manager. She was 79 years old. She died in Los Angeles on Tuesday, more than 20 years after she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. She first shared her diagnosis publicly in an interview with CNN in 2002 in an effort to raise awareness for others living with MS. At the time, she had said, I think everybody is scared and frightened when they hear something like that. That's because there's a lot of information out there about it, and a lot of people don't know that it's not that bad. I mean, I'm going on with my life. That's what she had said at the time.
I've seen a couple of interviews with her since the diagnosis, and she was always upbeat. In most anytime you ever saw her interviewed, Preston, she had that chuckle, she had a smile, and she always had that way about her.
So cute. And super
sexy,
talented.
too.
Yeah, agreed. The daughter of a Broadway performer and Rockette Gar studied dance growing up and began auditioning soon after she graduated from high school in Los Angeles. Her intrepid career in Hollywood spans decades, with her earliest credits including appearances on TV shows like Star Trek and That Girl. And a break came in 1974 when she starred as Inga in the Mel Brooks-directed comedy Young Frankenstein alongside Gene Wilder, Madeline Kahn, and Marty Feldman. We have a clip from Young Frankenstein to play.
Oh, sounds like to give.
Say, dog, give. Give him a sedative.
Oh, Tim, sedative.
On the nosy.
I think Gene Wilder and her had a little bit of a thing while the movie was going on and a relationship. He and his documentary, he speaks incredibly highly of her.
And what is this? What's the scream? Oh, that's from Tootsie.
Yeah, which she was nominated for an Oscar for.
Before that, she was in one of the most notable roles. She played Robbie Neary, a wife trying to understand her husband, Richard Dreyfuss, and his inexplicable obsession as the result of an alien encounter in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And then in Tootsie, she played a put-upon actress who is dating Dustin Hoffman's protagonist, who goes on to great fame pretending to be a woman on a soap opera. And the role scored her the nomination for Best Supporting Actress at the 1983 Academy Awards. We have a short clip from that. Here we go.
I'm going to tell you the truth, Sandy. I'm in love with another woman.
What are you saying to me?
Sandy, please. Sandy, we never said
Why
we
do you
loved
do
each
this
other.
to me?
We
I
went
don't
to
care.
bed
I
one
don't
time.
say
Sandy, I'm
things. I might
crazy
say
about
I
you.
love
One
you
of
to
the
people.
dearest friends I ever had. But let's not pretend it was something else. We're going to lose everything we have.
I never said I love you. I don't care about I love you. I read The Second Sex. I read The Cinderella Complex. I'm responsible for my own orgasm. I don't care. I just don't like to be lied to.
It's great because you need to be honest with me. And very calm, and I'm in love with another woman, and that's when she lets out that scream, which is legendary.
You know, Press, much like when Phil Lesh passed away, and I listened to All Dead when I was going to bed last night. I'm like, I want to watch something with Terry Garr, and so I pulled up the menu, and obviously Mr. Mom was right there, but Oh God was on, and I was like, I have not watched Oh God with George Burns in forever, and I watched it, and it came out in '77. I thought it totally held up.
It's a fun movie.
And she is just the cutest. And what I love about her appearance, her physical attractiveness, is you kind of feel like I'm the only one who thinks that she's this cute. But, like, you can't be
everyone
that
does.
cute.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, but she could project that case in a way she played the wife a lot.
Yeah.
But she always had that something extra.
I thought she was sexy in Dumb and Dumber, to be honest. Like, she played that sort of ditzy blonde in that one, and she was just as cute, even then.
We have a clip from that. Here we go.
Well, actually, we haven't been properly introduced. My name is Mary Swanson.
Hi, Harry Dunn.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. This is my stepmother, Helen.
Hi, Harry Dunn. Pleasure to meet you both.
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw you come in. I was hoping I'd get a chance to meet you.
You were? Really?
Yes. Tuxedo. It's fabulous. Really, I love a man with a sense of humor. Really. And so does Mary.
Really?
Oh, yes.
The same year that she was in Tootsie, she played Caroline Butler in the family comedy Mr. Mom, and that was a huge hit with Michael Keaton.
That came out of left field, that movie, and it dominated at the box office for a while.
Yep, and between 1997 and 1999, she would guest star on Friends as Phoebe Buffay's mother as well. So sad news, she passed away at 79, but she was so great, and we loved sharing a little bit of those clips with you. All right, I have a few other things to touch on today. Let's go to Casey's favorite. While it may have initially appeared that things ended amicably between Gleb Sevchenko and Brooks Nader.
Gleb.
Oh, no. Something happened?
Gleb's latest TikTok seems to paint a slightly different picture. In two different posts, Gleb seems to have a bone to pick with someone. And on Monday, Gleb lip-synced to audio saying, "You strike me as the type of person who's into revenge." Wow. May I say, that I absolutely cannot stand the lip sync videos that people do.
Likewise, yeah.
It's just
or the worst.
So old.
I think worse is the dialogue.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Not even just the singing. Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That they're just of someone, some clip of some, not even like a famous clip.
Yeah.
Just some odd.
Of a meme.
Person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I love it when their lips just don't quite sync up to what they're.
Horribly off, Case.
So Sevchenko, Gleb, leans into the camera and mouths a reply, I don't call it revenge. I call it returning the favor. Later,
I thought better of Gleb.
You did?
Yeah. I this doesn't seem like a traditionally Gleb maneuver.
No. In fact, often I think, what would Gleb do?
Yeah. What is the most,
wear a little bracelet.
Yeah, we need a bracelet.
Yeah. What is the most Glebulous thing you could do?
WWGD, man.
What would Gleb do?
So later that day, another video had Gleb lip syncing to audio of someone saying, do I have a short temper? No, but I do have a quick reaction when it comes to Bull S. So yeah, it seems like there may be some unresolved issues at play here with Gleb.
Is his sister's joining the show as well, Glebina?
Glebina? No.
Yeah, why would the parents do that? You already have a Gleb. You don't need a Glebina.
Yep.
Does not make any sense. In fact, it seems greedy. Going to the Gleb well.
We told you earlier this month that Cynthia Erivo lost it over a fan-created Wicked poster that she felt erased her, and now, a couple of weeks have passed. She seems to have calmed down a little bit. She addressed the issue on the red carpet Monday night's 2024 CFDA Fashion Awards, where she described why she's really protective of her take on the witch Elphaba. She said, I'm passionate about it, and I know the fans are passionate about it, and I think for me, it was just like a human moment of wanting to protect little Elphaba. Elphaba, thank you. She told People Magazine, I probably should have called my friends, but it's fine. The first two Wicked movies hits theaters on November 22nd.
And that's sort of the conceit of Wicked, is that she's
misunderstood. Yeah, so it kind of gives you a little bit of a backstory. So when you're watching Wizard of Oz, you're like, oh, okay. You know, and so I really enjoyed it. Is any of the soundtrack available now? Like, I would love to hear her sing Defying Gravity.
There are a couple of snippets that I've heard, but I don't know if anything is official yet.
Soundtrack, okay.
All right, this story blew me away yesterday. I'm not familiar with this actor, but Grey's Anatomy actor Jack Merrill has opened up to the public about his harrowing experience with a notorious serial killer, saying, if I'd fought him, I would be dead.
Wow.
So active between the years of 1972 and 1978 near Chicago, Illinois, John Wayne Gacy was found guilty of convicting of sexually assaulting, torturing, and murdering 33 young men and boys. He was later sentenced to life or actually sentenced to death for his crimes and executed in 1994. Decades after his ordeal, Law & Order cast member Merrill, who is 65 now, has decided to reveal that he was assaulted by John Wayne Gacy at the age of 19 after accepting a ride in his car one evening.
He was sexually assaulted?
Completely. Listen to this story.
That's insane.
He explained that he had been walking home after swimming when a car pulled alongside him and offered him a lift. The driver was Gacy. He then recalled how Gacy instructed him to lock the car door as it was, quote, dangerous outside, questioned if he'd ever taken poppers before knocking him unconscious with the liquid splashed onto a flannel. Merrill then went on to explain that he came around to find himself in handcuffs outside of Gacy's house before the serial killer led him inside, placed him in restraints, and began to sexually assault him. He raped him. He said, I knew if I fought him, I didn't have much of a chance. I never freaked out or yelled. He said, I also felt sorry for him in a way, like he didn't necessarily want to be doing what he was doing, but he couldn't stop. And we had been there for hours. He said, finally, I could tell he was tiring, and all of a sudden he said, I'll take you home.
What?
I was unaware that there was, not only that this guy was a Grey's Anatomy actor, but that anyone survived, got out alive from Gacy.
Yep. He went on to add that Gacy dropped him off in the street and handed over his number before driving off, with the now actor deciding against going to the police. He was unaware that Gacy was a serial killer at the time. And made a pact to himself to, quote, get past this.
He probably beats himself up for not knowing at the time. How could you know, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And also, he was embarrassed that this happened and all this. So the actor then went on to explain that he chose not to open up to his parents due to his difficult home circumstances and relationship with his parents, and he did confide in his sister. So I guess he must have had a bad life at home, and his parents weren't open to hearing about that. He was afraid what might have happened with
It's
them.
miraculous because when you're if you were to, at that point in time when he was on his killing spree, his streak, if you were brought into the house and that you got to that level, that was it. You were dead, and you were put in the basement and covered over with lime and cement and all that crap. So I mean, that was his MO.
I don't know much about him. Was he an imposing figure?
Yes,
he a big large man?
In fact, Brian Denny, he played him in and he looked physically like Brian Denny.
I wonder if maybe this came at the beginning of when he was doing it, and he hadn't quite,
I would imagine,
gotten to the point of where killing was just routine. Right. I don't know.
Wow, to have that. Listen. To be able to go through that and come out the other end is just amazing.
So he explained why he had decided to come forward about his experience. He revealed that he's written a one-man show named The Save to tell his story. And he also revealed how he previously had been made to feel ashamed about what had happened after broaching the idea of telling his story with a Hollywood movie executive. And I'm quoting him. He said, "That's how you want to be remembered?" He said, "It stopped me at that time. But then I came to the realization that it's my story. It might be ugly, but it's my story."
So I watched that.
Wild.
It's insane. I watched that movie, Woman of the Hour, about the serial killer who ended up on the dating game.
Oh yeah.
And
Anna Kendrick.
Eventually, and she did a great job directing it. One of his victims, he would take them out to the serial killer, take them out, hit them or drug them, and then have his way, and then kill them. So for some reason, they never really made it through the night, but he passed out. He's next to this girl, his victim, the young girl. And when he's looking at her, she rolls over and she goes, "To think I have the presence of mind where you've just been sexually assaulted and beaten." And she rolls over and she goes, things got kind of crazy last night. Do me a favor and don't tell anybody about this. Like we had our thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And that's what saved her life.
Yep.
But to be possessed of that intellect and composure to do that is astonishing.
Sounds like this guy did too.
Yeah.
Was John Wayne Gacy portrayed on the TV show Mindhunter?
Oh, no, I don't think so, Nick.
I thought they ended up interviewing him because there was that one big guy who was like really gentle.
Yes.
But maybe I'm thinking that he was portraying somebody else.
He was so that clearly was a different killer. He was a Mensa level genius.
And that's not John Wayne Gacy?
No.
Okay.
John Wayne Gacy was Pogo the Clown. He would go do kid shows as a clown, and then from prison he would do
Ed Kemper. That's who I'm thinking of.
Right.
Yeah. I get my serial killers confused.
Understood. So it's pretty wild. Maybe more will come out about that, and we'll see if his
crazy.
His show covers all of that. All right, to completely switch gears, I have an audio clip to play along with this. Timothy Chalamet is set to play Bob Dylan in the biopic A Complete Unknown, and a new release teaser features Chalamet performing Dylan's Subterranean Homesick Blues and recreating the iconic cue card scene. Some fans are saying that he nailed this. Listen to this. I think it is spot on. Here we go.
John is in the basement mixing up the medicine. I'm on the pavement thinking about the government. The man in a trench coat, badge out laid off. Says he's got a bad cough, wants to get it paid off. Look out, kid, it's something you did. God knows when, but you're doing it again. You better duck down the alleyway, looking for a new friend. A man in a coonskin cap by the pig pen wants $11 bills, but you only got 10.
Pretty faithful to it, right?
Very faithful.
I'm
very
impressed.
faithful. And originally, when Timothy Chalamet's this, the heartthrob playing Dylan.
Yeah.
But I'm buying it.
You know what? In the Wonka film, he did a great job singing.
I like that movie.
I like it
I really
too.
enjoy.
Thank you.
I didn't know.
It's
I'm
fun.
like, yes, and it had a nice pre-Gene Wilder spirit to it.
Yeah.
Like it worked for that.
It doesn't cover the dark side of the story, or of that character, but it's
whimsical.
It's got a heart.
Goddamn whimsical.
I haven't been able to make my way through it yet. I've watched parts of it, and it just
enjoy
hasn't
it.
grasped me. All right, I'll go if you guys say so.
So Chalamet has emphasized the importance of singing and playing live on set, said that it was important for me to sing and play it on set because it was in the spirit of the movie to do it live. He did it live.
Do it live. There's nothing.
All right.
Even though there's no words on
There's no
it.
candy on it.
He did.
I can't read it. There's no words on it.
So the film was focus
Thing sucks.
on Dylan's rise and the controversy surrounding his switch to electric guitar. Complete Unknown hits theaters December 25th. I'm really looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah,
I've become especially since Dune, I have become a full-on Timothée Chalamet fan.
And Dylan figures prominently in Dune.
And Casey and I are mimicking him in Don't Look Up. He was great in that, too.
I haven't loved fingerling potatoes.
All right, and then one more quick thing, and we'll play a clip. A whole bunch of music stars are about to grace your TV screen alongside Jimmy Fallon. NBC will air Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Spectacular.
Jimmy!
And it will feature
Where are they shooting this?
the TV host, I think in
Back
Oregon.
home to Argonne.
Yeah, the TV host new holiday album.
What kind of a show are you guys putting on here
It's
today?
a variety show. Holiday Seasoning with a whole bunch of guest appearances and performances. Meghan Trainor, Cara Delevingne, Dolly Parton, J.B. Smoove.
He's not a bad man.
The Jonas Brothers. Justin Timberlake, LL Cool J, The Roots, Weird Al Yankovic.
I'm not finished.
And more are set to appear.
Excellent. And I think Graham Crackers is bringing the sponsorship case.
Yeah, I think they do. Crackers and candy bars.
Yeah.
I think both of them. So,
Graham crackers and candy.
yeah, so
Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
Jimmy Fallon.
It's the new holiday pairing.
Are graham crackers really crackers?
No.
What class of what
I
makes
mean-
a cracker a cracker?
I think they're more cookie-like.
I think so too.
But
I love them.
maybe
do too.
they're not. Crackers are usually crunchier, and maybe hence the graham cracker.
So this is you've now tossed the.
Sorry, but
so
we're talking about Fallon.
no, but this is true. We need to talk about this now. If now, when? If not now, when?
If not now, when?
So
and if not you, who?
You who? Is it a chocolate drink? Or
No,
is
let's
it
not do that.
Okay, so the graham cracker, by its very nature, not like a saltine cracker,
Correct.
which is a cracker.
Yes.
Well, that is a good question. Is a graham cracker?
Of crackers.
In England, they would call them biscuits, though, right?
They
Yeah.
would call cookies biscuits as well.
What are animal crackers?
Well, that's also a dessert. That's like a cookie that are called crackers mistakenly. I think if I'm going to have a cheese and cracker, I'm not putting it on a graham cracker.
No, it would be a conflict of taste.
And
I don't know.
a pepperoni. I'm not putting a pepperoni on a graham cracker.
No, but I would put a brie
Draw
cheese.
the line.
I put a brie cheese on a graham cracker.
But could we say that there are savory crackers and there are sweet crackers? Maybe we could categorize them that way.
Is this the debut of the connoisseur investigative reporter?
Maybe so.
Feature coming.
I feel like
Friday?
this is we're reaching across the aisle here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
Boxes of crackers.
All right.
I can tell you the graham cracker is it's more like a cookie.
But I do need to look up the definition of a cracker.
All right, you're going to look up the definition?
Yeah, because I mean there
Get
could be
back to
savory
me
crackers
when you have an answer.
Okay.
We got it up already.
All right, graham crackers are crackers because they are made with whole wheat flour, which gives them a heartier consistency and more fiber than saltine crackers.
Are we saying that the fiber quotient determines its crackerness?
Oh, listen to this. The holes in graham crackers are called docking.
No, that's not. It's when you put your penis.
And another man's foreskin.
Yeah.
And they help release steam while baking so the crackers stay flat.
I've been docking and had steam come up.
All right, so
That's
a
from the
cracker
friction.
is a thin, crispy wafer often eaten with cheese or other savory toppings.
Yeah,
So that's all that is.
I appreciate the effort of
Yeah.
a graham cracker, but I'm not going to put it in the cracker category.
How did we even get here?
Well, then you got to call it graham something else, graham cookie.
We started with John Wayne Gacy.
No, we
Yeah.
were talking about
You
talking
like
about
crackers?
Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning
Yeah.
Spectacular. All right, anyway. It is set for December 5th at 10 p.m. on NBC and will be available on Peacock the next day should you be interested in seeing that. All right, we can now play the clips. The new FX comedy, English Teacher. Highlights educators working with the hard-to-please modern generation and their parents. And in this clip, Enrico Colantoni praises director and co-star Brian Jordan Alvarez's organic on-set environment.
They will use mistakes, visible mistakes in the language in a scene, and they'll use it in the final episode. I mean, sometimes you're working off camera with Brian, you're in a scene with him, and you'll say something that'll make him laugh, and it's just like, dude, You can't be laughing. You're in the scene with me. But he's just sitting back, enjoying every moment of it.
I don't think I want to see it.
Actually, I like the concept of this.
Season 1 of English Teacher is streaming on Hulu and Disney Plus right now. Here's our next clip. Andrew Garfield, starring in yet another rom-com, the heavy-hearted melodrama We Live in Time. And here he admires the talent of his co-host, Florence Pugh.
It's so strange because Florence is such a young actor, and I always forget that because of the gravitas that she has and because of the maturity that she has as a person and as a performer and as an artist. And the wisdom, she's a strange, wise creature.
We Live in Time is in theaters now. I have a text I want to read to you.
Please.
It says, hear me out. If you asked for a cookie and someone gave you a graham cracker, would you be okay with it?
Yeah, because I treat graham crackers like a dessert.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'd say graham cracker is almost a cookie.
So
like not good enough to be considered.
I will say this. I would. So if the word is okay, I'd be okay.
A little okay.
I might be disappointed if I was really in line. Good, thank you.
That's better.
Preston just gave me the sting. You're on it.
Yep, I touched my nose.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Are we done with crackers? Or are we?
No, hell no.
I'm just getting going. I'm just getting started. I'll take a
I'm
fling.
just getting warmed up.
You telling me about cookies?
You're not going to make a s'more with any other type of cracker than a graham
They're
cracker.
not eating s'mores.
What I'm saying is, you can't apply cracker logic to any other cracker when it comes to s'mores.
What if you made a s'more with cookies?
You can make s'mores with chocolate graham crackers, which exist.
May I say that this notion? You need the muted sweetness of the graham cracker to make a s'more work. Were you to use an actual cookie, I think you'd be too sweet.
Sweet overload.
But you're making me rethink some things. Like I always associate saltine crackers with soup. Now, if I had a nice sweet butternut squash soup, I think I'd be okay with smashing up some graham crackers.
You'd be smashing all over it. Yeah.
If all we've done today is make you think just a little bit about the existence of crackers and their place in the world, then I think we've done a pretty good job.
I don't know, man. I mean, it is now it's a debate. It's a discussion.
Right.
So, but I guess those are good things, right?
Yeah, let's have a discussion. Let's expand people's minds a bit.
In the early part of the 60s, President Kennedy called for a landing on the moon. I think we've done something similar here today.
I think so. All right. We'll wrap up the segment with that note.
Okay.
Historical note.
All right.
We have started a poll on Twitter, and it says graham cracker, cookie or cracker? Or a box of crackers. And you can now...
Boxes of crackers.
You can...
As far as the eye can see.
You can now vote on this, so please.
And honestly, if Cookie ends up winning, then the entire industry is going to have to change the name to Graham Cookie instead of Graham Cracker.
I don't think that's going to happen.
This is official.
Okay. I think we can all kind of chew on that for a moment. See what I did there?
Yeah.
We'll take a break. Oh, my God.
What?
I didn't mean for that to be that loud.
What the hell is that?
We'll take a break, and we will come back, and we will continue this weird day on a Wednesday morning. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Or as soon as you gonna watch it today?
I want to watch it straight through, and it's a tough thing on a school night. So I'm going to try. If not, it'll be tomorrow because I want to live and go into this world. I'm so damn excited.
All right, we're going to get right into this with a story. I love this one. It's about the band Korn. So when it came time to choose a name for the band, they had considered being called Larry.
Stop it, Larry.
This is a great story. That was the name of their manager at the time,
Larry,
who had told them that they could not call their band Korn. Now, Jonathan Davis told Revolver Magazine that he responded, "Well, we're going to name it Larry then." And he's like, "F you." And I said, "Look, it's either going to be Larry or Korn. You effing pick it." And once they decided on a name, Davis said that the logo, this is interesting too.
Which is the K?
Well, it's the name, Korn, drawn out. The logo came about when he grabbed a crayon and wrote corn with his left hand.
Oh, there you go.
And,
I got a little jaggedy.
And that's it. Yep.
Look at these people spend millions of dollars on highfalutin graphic artists.
Yep. Davis said that he credits them getting their record deal due to the number of stickers with their logo on it that they had stuck all over town. We had to share this little story. So every evening at 6 o'clock, we do a quick conference call with us, with the members of the show, just to see where we are in preparation for the following day's show. If there's anything notable that we need to be aware of, interviews and so on. And that also includes topic conversations. And so we're getting ready to wrap up the call last night, and then Kathy's got one more thing to add.
Well, Steve, so I was at a bachelorette, and Steve's like, did bachelorette produce anything? I was like, no, not really. It was actually pretty low-key. And then I was like, oh, wait.
Yeah.
There was one thing.
There was one thing. I was talking to these girls. You remember how last week how Preston was saying that he likes to make sure that, his sexual partner has achieved.
Right.
Gets her cookies.
The cookies.
Gets the cookies before going for the main course. And then Kathy says, and I'll say this verbatim because it's not vulgar or anything like that. She said, I didn't know until I talked to these girls that not all women will have an orgasm by having sex.
Yeah.
And so we're like, oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you hear Casey go, I guess I should have told you guys that I'm in the car and have the Bluetooth on and Seamus is sitting next to me.
I also brought up something from another conversation we're going to have about the wall sitting.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. But even that was more benign.
I just I was sex, orgasm, just all the words.
All the words. Coming out of Kathy's mouth.
And so Seamus is just sitting there in the passenger seat, and I just look over at him, and I can see him smiling, right?
God.
He's just pretending like he didn't hear anything, and I'm like, okay, he heard everything. Now, here's
I didn't think Kathy had orgasms.
Well,
I mean, and honestly, of all people,
yes.
and this is not the first. This is the second time that I've done this with Seamus in the car.
I don't remember the first time.
The first time I called in a couple minutes late, and you had already announced that you were in the car with your kids. I didn't hear it, so at the end of I think I cursed, I said the F word or something like that, but I was joking around trying to make you guys laugh, and then there was silence, and Casey was like, did you not hear me say I was in the car with my kids? And I was like, nope, I sure didn't.
Sorry. Here's the deal. I don't even know if he knows what that O word is.
Yeah.
All the other stuff, I'm sure he knows all about.
Right.
But the main juxt of the conversation, the gist, whatever. Yeah. I sound like anyway. The main gist of the conversation, it being the O and women not getting to that. Yeah. I don't even know if that all that stuff could have gone over his head, and he probably was looking that word up.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's in 8th grade.
Maybe.
I don't know. But the kids have the internet these days.
Yeah, those kids.
Yeah, and if not, he knows now.
I'll tell you this, though, that's something that I've never had to deal with because it's just my wife, or we're transporting pets in the car. But it's such a common thing. There's no way that doesn't happen all the freaking time.
Yeah, Shell and I instituted a standard greeting, which if you're in the car and Rochelle says it to me, she goes, hi, you're on speaker, so-and-so is in the car with me. That's the first thing that comes out of her mouth.
Say hi.
Yeah.
Now, in my defense, when I joined the call, there was already a conversation going on, so I couldn't bust in and go, hey, by the way, I'm a speaker,
normally it's okay. The majority of our calls
is pretty benign.
It doesn't get that detailed or graphic.
But when you're all worked up and horny, it comes through.
Apparently I needed to.
Kathy was all horned up.
Well, Casey a couple of weeks ago suggested maybe we do, I forget, it was Zoom call or FaceTime or something for our conference calls. And I was like, I can't do that because my phone is always on speaker, when I do the conference call, because it's dinner time and, we're either cooking, cleaning, whatever it is. And Jace is always there. And when I feel sometimes there'll be a curse that slips, I'm like, and I gotta quick get the phone and put it up to my ear.
Yeah. So whenever I talk to my buddy Jeff on the phone, you're pretty sure that the conversation is going to go to an NC-17 rating.
Right.
So we always will go, are you on speaker? Are you alone? Or whatever.
Right.
I mean, but with our conference call, and also like, my kids are older now, so it's like, you know, but when they were children, it was like, hey guys, by the way, I got the kids in the car.
Well, it's for me, it's like my a Christmas story. We heard all that stuff from my dad, and so it was all part of the deal. But we never received calls through Bluetooth in the car.
Yeah,
I was in the back seat when my dad was driving. It was something that didn't happen.
Did anybody see the South Park quarantine special?
Yeah.
Yes.
I watched it with my son over the weekend, and the last 5 minutes of it, there is a giant phallus that Mr. Garrison is carrying back into town. And my son, who is a little bit older than Seamus Casey, could not stop laughing. But he was laughing so hard that he was like holding the pillow in front of his face. So like we dance around the topic, but the older he gets, the dancing just becomes less overt. You're just like, all right, that's fine. Like he knows you don't want to be the person. I don't know. You don't want to be like overt about it, but you also know that he knows.
Listen, I've told my, and I say this time and time again. Listen, my kids are going to hear this stuff in the schoolyard, which is fine.
Right.
I don't want them teaching this stuff in the schoolyard. There's a difference, right? So
you want them getting shed talks.
No, but at the same time, with the whatever they're watching, it's like, all right, there's that weird fine line between condoning and encouraging.
Yes.
And so I don't like my son is now watching clips of Family Guy, and he's getting such a kick out of it, and I hear him cracking up. And
At the
my
dirty
wife,
parts?
Probably. I don't know what he's, but my wife's like, it's not appropriate for him. I'm like, well, I know what I watched when I was 13 years old.
I think my like with my situation, my dad just got tired of trying to restrict it because and then my mother just sort of gave up. We tried, and and we were fine, but a lot of the stuff just went over our heads, and then eventually it was like somehow I just remember knowing about it. I forget exactly where I became aware of it. It was a combination of both the schoolyard and my dad.
Yeah. I've got my two olders. They can say whatever they want to.
Right.
It's free reign now. I mean, they're 20 and 18.
Right.
So
Yeah.
whatever, and they will say stuff in front of my 13-year-old. So it's everything now
is on
the table, except for like graphic sex or anything like that. You know what I mean? So you can. I love when parents say, they've heard everything. When they're talking about their kid who's a toddler, he's heard everything. But
no, they haven't.
He may have heard all the words, not in a specific order though.
Yeah,
which can make it very graphic and dirty.
Well, like Chuck D'Amico, right? So Chuck D'Amico is part of our pod. I work with Chuck, and then so my kids and we see each other on the weekends. Chuck D'Amico says things that are like, I was like, I would never say that in front of my kids.
Yeah.
And he says it in front of my kids. And I'm like, well, I guess this is just where we are now, Like,
wait, Chuck says stuff in front of his kids that you wouldn't say in front of your kids.
He says it in front of my children. He says it in front of my children.
Like what?
All right, so for instance, we were playing...
Using your mouth on a donkey?
No. Is it Scattergories?
Yeah.
We were playing Scattergories, right? And the things that are round came up, and the letter was T. And he said, and I'll just, so he said tiny toddies, but it wasn't toddies.
Right.
It was, boobs. And I was like, and like...
You were like, we don't say that.
So
2 points, man.
You also, I know that, but you also have to remember, I also have I have the youngest of everybody, too.
Yeah.
So my sixth grader is there. My sixth grade daughter is there as well. So
That's not appropriate.
It's not. It is not.
So what you're saying is he's a bad dad.
Well, I'm saying he often forgets, and that we all have different parenting styles. So he might have said that in front of his sixth grade daughter but she's a sophomore in high school now. So there's a difference. And
you lose track.
When he did that, my wife and I looked at each other like, do I say something? Well, I'm saying something to him now. Don't say stuff like that in front of my daughter, right? Don't say stuff like that in front of my 11-year-old daughter, my 11-year-old Catholic school daughter.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Kathy, don't talk about orgasms in front of my son.
But I didn't.
Unless you're going to teach him how to give one to a...
Oh, God, stop it.
Dear Lord.
Stop.
We are crossing
Yeah, no, I don't want to
territories.
do that. Yeah, this isn't good.
By the way, I just jotted down, I need to watch South Park movie with my sons. I don't think we've ever seen that. And that gets as dirty as you can possibly get.
And watch this quarantine special because it's pretty damn funny.
Okay. And there's a huge phallus in it at some point?
Yeah.
Because there's a little one in the South Park movie where Saddam Hussein whips out.
Right. No, this is a giant man gets turned into a penis and gets hauled into town.
All right. Nice. All right. Well, anyhow, if Kathy's on your call and you're on Bluetooth with your children, make sure you say something because otherwise there's going to be
just let loose.
But literally, I would be the last person to say something in front of a kid.
Are we still on for the swingers party tonight?
Stop. Oh, God.
By the way, today is National Cheesesteak Day.
Yes.
So I figured
it's a food thing.
Food is on the brain.
Yeah.
And, we're gonna do some giveaways with Steak'em in a little bit, who have stopped by this morning to give us some stuff to give to you. But let's have a seat and have a meal, if you will.
It's time for the Connoisseur in honor of National Cheesesteak Day. We're going to talk all things food.
We definitely are. Maybe we can get into a cheesesteak discussion at some point.
You know, there's a Goldberg Sayin to cheesesteaks. They always run that episode.
Yeah,
where they,
donkeys.
Donkeys.
Right?
Yep,
And
absolutely.
the whole big thing was that the best cheesesteak in the world is not in Pennsylvania.
And you know what?
It was really good.
I need to get back there.
I know.
I'll have to, when I have a cheat moment, I'll do that.
Well, and some people call no fair because it's not on the long roll. It's on a Kaiser.
Yeah.
Poppy C. Kaiser or whatever. I got no problems with that.
I don't care. I think it just tastes great. That's all there is to it.
If you
And
put
less
it
filling.
if you put it in between white bread, it's still a cheesesteak.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Word.
All right. So I've got my
Yes, your
chef's hat on.
Your puffy chef's hat.
So we're going to start with this.
What is the technical name of that hat?
Chef's hat.
Chef's hat.
Is it literally just
I don't
chef's
know.
hat?
You got me. Because there's a couple different ones. I think like sous chefs wear a different hat. And so there's a variety of different hats that are worn in certain restaurant situations. So it's called a toque, Steve.
All right, there we go.
So according to this, it says the chef's hat is officially called a toque.
That's toque.
Which is Arabic for hat.
All right.
While the term has existed for a few thousand years, the French popularized the word when referring to a chef's hat, according to Culinary Anyone. That's a website, I guess. By the 1800s, that hat has become known as the toque blanche.
Oh, because it's white.
Or white hat. Yeah.
I know you're about to get going with something.
Connoisseur.
I don't think a cheesesteak in between white bread is still a cheesesteak.
It is.
All right. Maybe we can come back to this.
I stand corrected.
No, I mean, is it called a cheesesteak roll?
Yeah,
No, it's called cheesesteak.
I think you've bastardized the sandwich by putting in between white bread.
Okay.
If we're going to come back to cheesesteak,
You talking about
later.
sandwich bread, just regular sandwich bread?
Yeah, I mean, what if you put a hamburger in between two pieces of white bread? Is it
no.
not a hamburger anymore?
I will
It's that
accept.
you didn't have any rolls left and you had nothing else to use.
I will accept a Kaiser roll, but at white bread, I think you are killing the very being of what a cheesesteak is.
It's still a cheesesteak. I'm not saying I'm not killing the being of it, but it's still a cheesesteak. If you put peanut butter and jelly on a hoagie roll, it's still a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Would you then call it a steak sandwich? Because I don't see that as a steak sandwich. A steak sandwich I see on a roll.
I think if you put it on a bagel, it's no longer a cheesesteak. I think if you put it on white bread, like I'm thinking
the bread has that much sway over it. You think?
Yeah, I think you have ruined the very concept of a cheesesteak. I think it's like steak sandwich ingredients on white bread. I think
Do
it's
me a
no
favor.
longer a cheesesteak.
Put some documentation together and send it on over.
Let me ask you. You have a problem with cheesesteak egg rolls? It's still called cheesesteak.
It's not even remotely a cheesesteak.
It's still a cheesesteak. It's called
It's got cheesesteak ingredients.
Cheesesteak.
No, it's not.
It's a cheesesteak egg roll.
Call it a cheesesteak egg roll.
I'm
Then
yelling at-
go call
I'm yelling
it
at
a
him.
cheesesteak egg roll.
You think that's a cheesesteak sandwich because
it's got cheesesteak cereal in it.
It is not a cheesesteak sandwich. It has.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. Something I want to, I do want to at some point talk about World Series game last night and the fan yanking the baseball out of the player's glove. It was crazy. But if you're just tuning in, we had a quick conversation about graham crackers and saltine crackers. And do you consider a graham cracker a cracker? It's kind of a goofy little debate we had going on. We actually, on Twitter, we have a poll if you would like to weigh in on is it a cracker or a cookie, a graham cracker. And while we were in the commercial break, I was curious as to the name graham cracker, where that came from, because I always considered that as like an ingredient, like graham is a flavor. And I'm like, well, wait, it isn't.
No,
it's not. So I pulled up on Wikipedia the graham cracker information. And so I'm going to read to you something that I was not aware of.
Pertaining to the graham cracker as we know it.
As we know it, exactly.
All
So
right.
it is it originated in the United States.
Okay, which is our country.
It is our country.
Right.
In the mid-19th century with
is a time period.
commercial development around 1880. It is eaten as a snack food, it says, usually honey or cinnamon flavored, used as an ingredient in some foods, so on like graham cracker crust and things like that. So here's the history of it. The graham cracker was inspired by the preaching of Sylvester Graham, who was part of the 19th century temperance movement. He believed that minimizing pleasure and stimulation of all kinds, including the prevention of masturbation, coupled with a vegetarian diet anchored by bread made from wheat coarsely ground at home, was how God intended people to live, and that following his natural law would keep people healthy.
Man, when I am eating graham crackers, I can't stop spanking it. I love them so much.
I had no idea.
So is the notion that to what Nick said, and when I agree with it, the slight sweetness, you're not going overboard with pleasures of the flesh.
So I think, Steve, initially it was even less sweet than it is now because
is it cardboard?
This guy, Sylvester Graham, didn't want anyone to have any kind of pleasure or stimulation or to minimize it as much as possible. Toward that end, it said Graham introduced the world's first graham wafer product. It was a dull, unsifted flour biscuit baked by Graham himself.
Interesting. So I would be curious to find out if that first iteration of said biscuit was flavorless.
So it says the sugarless wafers.
Sugarless.
So they would have no sugar in the beginning, were a key component of the eponymous diet that he had recommended. His preaching was taken up widely in the midst of the cholera pandemic between 1926 and 37. His followers were called Grahamites.
Grahamites?
And formed one of the first vegetarian movements in America. Graham flour, graham crackers, and graham bread were created for them.
Do you know who their enemies were? The Oreoids.
Oh, no.
So Graham neither invented nor profited from these products. Herman Melville has an early reference to the crackers.
Moby Dick.
Box of crackers.
In book 22, chapter 1 of his 1852 novel, Pierre.
Boxes of crackers.
Or the Ambiguites. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. So this is how it was written. For all the long wards, corridors, and multitudinous chambers of the apostles were scattered with the stems of apples, the stones of prunes, and the shells of peanuts. They went about husky muttering the Kantian categories through teeth and lips dry and dust as any millers with crumbs of graham crackers.
Well, that's it's pretty fascinating. Okay, so I always thought Graham was perhaps the company that initially made them, not realizing that it goes back to this and Sly Graham.
I wasn't sure if Graham was something like ginger, you know?
Well, that's me too.
Like an actual flavor.
I have associated it with a flavor. Graham crackers is very specific. You can recognize it when you just hear the word. You know what that tastes like, and I thought of it as a flavor. No, it's this preacher, Sylvester Graham, who wanted us to just dull our senses. Because he that's how he said God intended people to live.
That it was a distraction.
Yes.
Right.
Of some sorts from, overstimulation.
Yeah.
You won't jerk it if you eat
if you have a cracker.
crackers.
Where are your crackers?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. Is there any?
God wants us to do it.
Is there any truth to the? I had heard that the game of soccer was invented to
Distract
young boys from pleasuring themselves. They didn't use their hands at all.
I think we had talked about that a while back.
Is that true, or has that been debunked?
So they decided to do it so you wouldn't use your hands?
Yeah, so kids,
You would think you'd want your hands to do something else and be very
to be busy, yeah.
Here, juggle this.
That's why they culminated in the super jerk.
Well, a lot of listeners are texting in saying that cornflakes were invented for similar reasons.
Now, the Kellogg's stuff was there was so much that came out of the Kellogg's world that was of a medicinal, quote unquote, medicinal health purpose.
Right. And cornflakes in particular were invented to prevent self-pleasure, and oatmeal was also invented to prevent chewing, mastication.
To prevent chewing.
Yeah.
So you could just put it in your mouth and have it slide down your
Chewing
throat?
leads to fornication.
Right.
And I say to you, cracker eaters, that chewing leads to fornication.
Apparently,
You know it, you're going to want to be using your fingers on your best gal. Can't have that.
Using your fingers on your best gal?
Yeah.
Wow.
apparently cornflakes
crackers
were connected to Seventh-day Adventists at the turn of the 19th century and were designed to prevent any sexual desires.
Somebody wrote, "Hi, grandmites."
I was going to say that, and I missed my...
I do like the Graham Funk Railroad joke. That's pretty good.
Wow. Okay. Had no idea and mind blown. Sorry about that. A little distraction.
Do we have an update on our ex-Twitter poll?
Our poll?
Yeah.
No. So far, it looks like 71% call a graham cracker a cracker and not a cookie.
Interesting.
Okay.
Hey, and by the way, ice cream flavors, if you guys do like the graham cracker swirl, Graham Central Station. I think it's a Hershey ice cream.
Wow.
Graham Central Station is so good.
There's a Turkey Hill ice cream called Graham Slam.
Graham Slam.
And that's damn good. I like that one very much.
All right. Anyway, I thought that was a little factoid.
It's amazing.
You could carry on your day.
A little bit of history from our cracker past.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump back to this, and Casey gave me a nice segue. We'll go from graham crackers to Cracker Jacks to baseball. Because Cracker Jacks, of course, are, it's in the song.
You buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
So I was watching. I don't care about the World Series. My in-laws are in town, and my father-in-law will watch any baseball game that's on anytime. So he had the World Series on last night, and I was walking by. My buddy Will was over the house. He's going, "Oh my God, oh my God!" And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "You got to come see this." And I saw the replay of Mookie. What's his name?
Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts is making an over-the-wall grab for an out.
In foul territory.
In foul territory. So, he catches it in his glove. And if you haven't seen this yet, you got to check it out. And the Yankees fan grabs his glove, starts wedging it open, and is fighting with him, essentially, to get the ball out of his glove. And I have never in my life, I've seen fan interference before. You've seen people, I saw, you've seen them catch the ball instead of, they interfere with the play that's going to happen.
In 1996, Jeffrey Meyer did it and prevented the Orioles from winning the game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this guy, though.
It was two people, by the way.
It was two people. There were two. So he grabs, but the one guy starts off by grabbing his glove and pulling it open to get the ball out. And the guy next to him grabs Mookie's wrist, and it actually looks like Nick and I were analyzing. It looks like the other guy almost is pulling his other hand up to cover over the ball and almost kind of help him. I don't know, but nonetheless, you can't go grabbing the players.
Did he get arrested?
It looked like he was thrown out. I don't know if he was arrested.
He should be arrested.
He apparently has issued a statement, which it doesn't make any sense. But
the only thing he said was, "I just want to watch the game."
Yeah,
that's all he said. In his
Preston, in the video, the way I see it, the guy next to him is helping him restrain Mookie's other arm from trying to get.
No, I think he's helping him. Mookie's hand come up and cover the ball. You see that? Watch this. Watch. So he grabs his wrist and he pulls it up and he puts it up. He moves it closer to the ball.
Either way, don't touch the player.
Don't touch the player.
Don't touch the player.
Well, that
guy should be arrested too.
It's assault.
Yeah,
it is assault.
Yeah, these morons.
Oh my God! And that guy, I'm just,
I love
I don't like to comment on people's appearances, but that dude has such a punchable face. Like I just looking at him and his stupid.
I mean,
oh my!
How could
God.
you not think he's tugging? He's yanking. He could have broken the dude's wrist.
That's the other thing.
Yeah,
he could have injured him.
So, quick question.
Yes.
Okay. And the guy said, "Well, he was like he's pointing. He was over the edge of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I guess indicating that it had already gone out by that time. How does it work? I've seen countless times. I believe if the ball is gettable in play and they can catch it, all bets are off.
That's
correct?
all bets are off. Did it count
guys
as
fall into the
all
stand
the time
regularly?
How did the play end? Did it count as
fan interference and an automatic out?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So and it happened in another playoff game. I don't remember if it was World Series or ALCS, but a fan, Steve, reached over the fence and caught the ball with his glove. But because he reached over the fence and it would not have gone out of the park, would not have been a home run. They ruled it a ground rule double. But he caught it, reaches down, and then pulls it right back up. It was actually a great catch by that fan. But there was no player interference. He just reached into the field of play and caught the ball. This guy last night, well, these two guys, but especially the guy on the left, a total mook and a real dick move.
Yeah. I wonder if what would have happened had Mookie like reached out and hit the dude.
Yeah,
or something like that.
At some point, I wouldn't blame Mookie at all for trying to protect himself. Because, he is just doing his job. He's trying to. And
you can see the look,
baseball, man.
The look on his face is dude, that hurts. You can see he's on
Mookie's face. You mean?
Yeah.
yeah. And the other guys, the glee with which he possesses in trying to get this baseball from, during a game. Yeah, it's asinine.
Yeah, he's smiling as he's doing.
I know.
Which is, come on.
Tells you all you need to know about the guy.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I don't, a few texts have come in and said that, if this would have happened in Philly, everybody would have gone crazy over this.
We not in a supportive way.
No. I'm saying that the public outside of Philadelphia would have said Philly fans, isn't it? I don't see this guy as representing Yankees fans.
Right.
I think this is just a moron in the stands.
People have to take responsibility for their own stupidity. And this guy, so I'd be curious to see how this progresses. But I mean, a case could be made for he was assaulting the player. He was yanking on his hand.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I absolutely 1,000% believe that this dude should be arrested.
And the aggressive nature with which he was doing this, in my mind anyway, should ban him from all ballparks. He shouldn't be allowed to go to a game.
So he's a season ticket holder, apparently.
Oh, really?
Not anymore.
There's no way. That they more than likely, in fact, I know that his season tickets will be gone, but he needs to be banned from that stadium. You think he should be banned from all baseball
ballparks?
games?
I mean, your actions have repercussions, and what this guy did, really, it could have hurt a ball player. And Casey, you said it, but never touch a ball player.
I don't think he had enough graham crackers growing up.
No,
That's what I think.
That makes people happy, and it makes you stop touching things.
Yeah, and then you don't get so aggressive.
All right, so sometimes in football, you'll see a player hop into the end zone, do the old Lambeau leap, right?
Yeah.
And the fans love that, and they'll pat him on the shoulder, and it's all positive and stuff like that. And then every now and again, when you see a player doing it in an opposing stadium, you see people throwing beer at him, popcorn, whatever. I'm like, why don't do and these are adults. These are grown-ups. These are the same people who, by the way, just left a giant turd in the toilet down the hall. You know what I mean? Like, can you act like you have been around people before? Like,
what happened?
Just people are inconsiderate.
Oh,
you know?
I see. I thought there's an anecdotal story that happened here.
No. Like I know what you're talking about, Casey. So something that some people like to do is, you guys know I like to play golf. And if you happen to be on a tee box, which is where you're hitting your first shot, and it happens to be near a road, some people will drive by and they will lean on their horn as you're about to hit. And I always, when I'm with other people and it happens, I always go, that is an adult.
Yeah.
That's an adult driving by, a grown individual that just did that.
It's funny because I drive past Marion all the time.
Do you do it?
And no, I don't. But I think about it. But I don't because it's a dick move because I play golf and,
Yeah.
And also, if you're playing golf at Marion, you're taking your game pretty seriously.
Right.
I'd be maybe more inclined to do it past a par 3 or something.
However, in the first Jackass movie, when they were hiding in the woods and they had air horns, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah, I guess. Depends on the situation.
Yeah.
No, if you're doing it for a movie, it's hilarious. It's great.
Hang on, Tom's got a comment. Let me go to him. Hi, Tom, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. Hey, Pitcher.
Hey, what? What's up, buddy?
All right. First things first. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. These guys were disgusting.
Yeah.
That they do not make up the majority of fans. Most of the fans that I know, almost all of them I know, want these guys gone. You guys are absolutely correct. They should never be allowed back in the stadium. You can if somebody did that to Derek Jeter in, say, Boston, they would have lost their minds.
Yeah,
So,
yes.
These guys are a bad example.
Yep.
The rule is this. You can once the ball is in either foul territory or crosses the border, you can go for the ball. If the player has the ball or has some semblance of control of the ball, you cannot touch the player. So
all right, so
they were arguing that the ball was in foul territory,
right?
And they were going for the ball. No, Mookie Betts had the ball in his glove,
yep.
And you're correct. They assaulted him. They should have been arrested.
Thank you, Tom, because I saw him pleading that case, and clearly those are his seats. He knows he's waiting for moments like that. He's right on the edge. And he's probably been waiting forever for that to happen, and he probably couldn't help himself because he thought he was in the right.
So, but to Tom's point, if the player if the ball had gone off and this idiot had caught the ball fair and square, no issue, done. Because but at this point, when it crosses over, it's already in the mitt.
Yeah,
it's already caught,
and his feet are on the ground, so he has established. He has made this catch.
Yeah, the play is over.
The play is over.
At that point.
Nothing is over.
Nothing!
Apparently to him, yeah. So, all right, thank you, Tom. Appreciate it, man. Let's see ya. I've never been live for any outrageous moment like that at a game.
Fans running out on the field? You seen that in person?
Never have, no.
I have weird feelings about that and conflicting feelings because part of me is highly entertained by it.
I know.
And they never show it on TV for good reason. Players could be in danger if some idiot runs out on the field and is a psycho or whatever. But when I sit there and I watch it, and if it's funny, I can't help but laughing. And I would never do it. I would never want anybody I know to do it. But I kind of find it funny.
Do you remember when they changed the rule, the legality of it all, of when people would run out naked?
Yeah.
And that they change it to, children are present.
Right. Yeah.
And then therefore you have committed a
quasi form of child.
Yeah, like a felony or something like that. And I was like,
as a preventative measure, it carries more weight.
Yeah.
Is it technically that? Is it any different than Uncle Ed getting up at the pool party and dropping trow in front of the kids? I don't know, but I mean, it's not the kind of thing you want.
Sam our interns pulled up a picture of a Philly fan running away from a security guard, and he is pointing his taser like he is about ready to drop him on the ground.
What was? Sorry to jump in here, Case. It was in the whatever game of the last series with the Phils out on the field. The guy who was checked like crazy, the big security guard from
not from the Eagles. Dom, that wasn't him.
No, but he checks whoever was working. He checked this guy out on the field. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
No.
In this last series?
No. But last year.
Okay.
I think I remember something happening, but not specifically.
But Nick, I was at an Eagles game where a guy ran onto the field, and he started. It was a little bit scary at first because you just see this white powder. He's throwing this white powder, and I'm like, oh my God, this is anthrax all over the place, right? It was actually, it was either I think it was his father's ashes. And that's what he was doing. And he was willing to, get arrested and, perhaps it had things go on his permanent record in order to scatter his father's ashes on the field. I'm actually okay with that one. A little bit,
Yeah.
Still, I mean.
And I think the Eagles ended up going like, okay, we're going to, last time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, especially in the height of a game,
you can also scatter out. You can coordinate and get like a tour of the field. You know what I mean? Like they do that all the time. So there is a more sanctioned way that you can sort of sneak that stuff onto the field.
I'm thinking, Preston, you remember The Great Escape? They were moving the dirt out from the tunnel. They had holes in their pockets.
Yeah.
They'd walk around outside and then let it slide down their pants out into the ground.
You know what? I wonder if ballparks ever offer that up, like one time a year, bring out your dead.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Why not?
Why not have a section of the charge for
everyone's ashes?
Or have like it doesn't take a lot.
It doesn't.
You need a small tract of land.
Yeah.
And just let it. And
spread them here.
Yeah.
Or you could just dig up the grass and you just lay the ashes underneath and
they would
in the soil.
They would be mixing with all, but they would be with other fans.
Yes.
So that's actually not a bad idea.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe all ballparks and places like that literally have rules in place because people want to do it so frequently. And the same goes for like outdoor locations. Like there are protocols involved if you want to spread somebody's ashes in a national park and you're not really supposed to. Yeah. You're not supposed to do it in unsanctioned areas. And if you want to do it, you're supposed to seek a permit ahead of time.
Casey, when you went to the Eagles in Arizona, you took some human ashes.
I did. I took human ashes, but I didn't spread those. I think I
just kind of set them down.
I set them down. I might have buried them underneath like some mulch and stuff like that. I'm trying to recall exactly how I did that.
I thought it was outside the ballpark, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah,
it was. Yeah, like in the parking lot.
Yep.
That's the ritual is you should place it under mulch outside the park.
Kevin Gunn's brother, was it not?
Yeah.
What does it say, Nick, here?
I'm looking this one up. I think the thing that Steve was talking about was at the NLCS last year.
Right? Am I misremembering?
Oh, yeah.
And I believe we ended up having the security guard on the show. I think we talked to him the next day.
He was great.
That dude got completely leveled. And he got blindsided. Like, he didn't see the security guard coming to get him and laid him the
Gotta have your head on a swivel, bro.
Yeah, dude, you're going to do that, man.
Yeah. That's a clean hit.
Oh, that's right. And Jose Alvarado, the Phil's relief pitcher, was laughing his ass off when the guy got decked. So Jose's coming in from the bullpen, and he sees the security guy, take this guy out, and Jose started laughing.
Oh, my God. All right. Well, listen, we have to take a break, but if you didn't catch it last night, it's one of the most blatant things I've seen a fan do at any game, ripping the ball out of his glove. So, all right, anyhow, we got to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox. Good day. We will return shortly with that as well as a bizarre file. And don't forget, we have a secret text word today. Tickets to see David Cross, his show, November 12th at the Keswick Theater. So text word secret to 39333. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
What makes it has cheese, steak, but it does not. It's not a cheese steak. In the classic, it's a cheesesteak egg roll. Cheesesteak egg roll.
I just want to point out to everyone, looking at Casey's body language, he's deadly serious about all this, right?
Well, it's dumb.
wrong.
It is a dumb conversation to have, and it's
Okay.
It's a dumb. Listen, it's a cheesesteak. It's what is inside the roll that it's named after. It doesn't matter what you wrap it in. It doesn't matter,
And cut Nick some slack because he said really loose bowel movements for the past day or two. So.
He's not thinking right.
Yeah.
He's low on electrolytes.
Just had to visit down to the third floor.
Did you make a cheesesteak?
Well, no, but man, they got a nice bathroom down there.
Sony has recruited Zachary Levi to star in Sony's live-action adaptation of the classic children's book, Harold and the Purple Crayon.
Did you ever read that book, or do your kids?
I don't remember it. I know the title,
So do I.
but I don't remember what it's about.
It was a staple in our household when Ben was 3 and 4 years old.
Okay. And I love Zachary Levi, man.
He's great.
He just seems like a guy I want to know.
We could absolutely hang with him. At least it seems that way.
Yeah.
I loved him in the show Chuck.
The story, published in 1955 and written by Crockett Johnson, tells the story of a 4-year-old who created worlds around him with his crayon.
He is the voice of Flynn Rider, correct?
He is.
Yeah. Which is a far superior movie, Tangled, than Frozen.
Yeah, I know you're a big proponent of that.
Casey's opinion.
Yeah. And I texted you guys about Flynn Rider last night.
I saw that, and by the way, I was looking at the cover of Herpel and the Perilled Crayon
and the hairy donut. Herpel and the hairy donut.
Hey, I know someone named Christine Herpel, by the way.
Okay. We do.
She's working at NBC.
Not her first name, but
Herpel. It's not. It's Meeston Moidy.
Purple.
Herpel. I love Herpel. I'll let you guys laugh that out, and then I'll laugh.
It's hard when it happens.
Funny.
It's just there. And you got to get past it.
So anyway, yes, Nick had texted over something about the fact that the people have voted that Flynn Rider is the sexiest Disney character ever. According to who?
This guy, Kevin Sparrow, did a Twitter poll.
I just think he's
he did a Twitter poll.
Yeah.
Nipple piercing. Not piercing in general. Never has appealed to me. Appealed to me. I've never had a pierced ear, nothing, nose.
Pierre has both nipples pierced, right?
I think he does. Yeah.
Ooh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I have 5 in my ears.
Do you really still?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
nipples?
I got 5 nipples. I got 3 nipples in the left ear, and 2 nipples in the right ear.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I can stick earrings through them right now if I want to.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It didn't look right. I tried. I was in alt radio, and and every time I looked in the mirror, I'm like, I don't look like an earring guy. Yeah.
I had my nipple pierced.
No, shut up.
Are you kidding? Miss Needle Phobic?
How long have we known you? We never.
Birthday, Preston!
Thank you. Birthday present from Kathy Romano.
Birthday miracle!
Revealed that she had her nipple pierced.
I still don't believe
smiling. She was smiling when I brought this up. She looked at me holding up her hand, meaning I have something to say, and you had this bizarre look on your face.
Wow.
Oh, my
Look
God.
at Steve.
Steve
Steve
so
can't even
perplexed.
speak.
Steve
No,
doesn't know what to
this
do.
makes sense though, because sometimes
It does.
I'll see Kathy walking around and she'll have a kettlebell suspended from her crotch, and I'm like, "What's that?
Okay, so
What's that attached to?" And she has another piercing.
let's unpack this here for a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can explain.
number one, you're deathly afraid of needles,
Yes.
anything that has to do with that. Number two, you're so pristine when it comes to anything that
She has a
has
perfect vagina.
to do. Well, by pristine, I mean
No
what's
tattoos, yeah.
Unblemished.
and also
Unblemished,
no touching any even remotely
Yucky
sexual areas, naughty areas of the body.
Well, you've been scarred by your mother.
Let me sit down here.
I know.
Okay, sit down and I'll
Okay,
tell you the
'cause I wanna
story.
hear-
There's got to
Casey,
be a catch
Casey,
here.
fan him. Fan him.
Please.
There's a catch here. There's got to be a catch.
All right. How long ago?
Okay, so
Last week.
no, let me think about this. Okay, I think it was college. Yeah, I was in college.
It had to be.
Somebody had to have been kidnapped, and like this was the only way to get them released.
Well, I was trying to think if it was after college, but it wasn't.
Like a
So-
spring break thing?
No, so it was in college. I had a very good friend from high school, turned stripper, she was getting things pierced.
Okay.
And so and by the way, she hid from me that she was a stripper for a long time. So I didn't know she was a stripper, but she was. Anyway, so she was going to get something pierced. Now, I grew up, my mom always taught me, do not get a tattoo. In 10 years, you're not going to like it. You're going to pick something today and you're never going to like it. And so that stuck with me. What she was okay with, now I don't think she knew I got my nipple pierced, but what she was okay with was piercings because you could always take them out.
Right.
They grow back, yeah.
So I had piercings all the way up my ear, in the cartilage, all of
Right,
that.
yeah.
I had my belly button pierced. And
I didn't know that either.
so at this point, then there was like, well, what else do I get pierced? My friend was going to get a piercing. I forget which. She was getting her nose done. I didn't want to get my nose done because I have terrible allergies. I'm like, that thing's gonna go flying when I blow my nose. So we were just there, and she was like, just do it, just do it. So she basically convinced me, and I was like, I don't know if I can do this.
Was it a dude who did it?
It was a guy who did it. We went to like a place we were in New Hope, so it was like a piercing place. It wasn't like some corner store. I felt comfortable. It was very like, doctor-esque.
Right.
The room was set up. So I did it. I got my nipple pierced.
You were drinking beers?
No, listen. It was terrible. It was an awful, awful experience. My body rejected it.
Oh.
It never healed ever. It was like a massive infection.
Wow.
And my boyfriend at the time was he was finally like, what are you doing? Just take it out. It's not gonna, because I thought I went through all of this.
Yeah.
Like I had a needle go through my nipple. Like, help me here. So I didn't want to take it out because I went through all of that. It was terrible. It was terrible pain when he did it. Afterwards, it was awful. So I did not have it very long, and I ended up taking it out.
Was the intention to get both of them done initially, and then you
No.
stopped after one? No,
Just
you just want to
one?
get
I was
one.
just getting one.
You
and
seem more like a completist.
see what
Was it
happened.
A stud,
It was a ring.
It was a ring.
Yeah.
Ring.
Okay.
It was a ring. You
All
had,
right.
but I mean, it was terrible. It was so bad. And it was so infected. I had to put like a gauze pad in my bra because it was infected. And no, it was disgusting. It was awful. Yeah.
So that's horrible. That's disgusting.
Awful.
I have to imagine, did you at least become woozy during any of these piercings when you're as needle phobic as you are?
So the thing with needles and me is if I can't look at it. That's every time
Right.
I have passed out because of it, I watched it. So I watched Jace getting stitches. I watched the needle go through his chin.
Right.
I saw the skin pull,
Right.
and I was like, that was it. I was out. So each time I was watching it. So this obviously I didn't watch. I closed my eyes, turned my head, held my stripper friend's
Right.
hand,
Held
and
your nipple out.
Put my nipple out, and there we go.
That was it.
And do you have scarring to this day from
So
it?
yes, there's like a tiny. You wouldn't know. Here, I'll show you. Come here.
Come on. Let us decide.
So
we'll try to pick the one out.
When you
You wouldn't
sneeze-
know. It is a tiny little spot. Yes, I can see it. It's on one side. But if you guys were sucking on my nipples, you would never know.
If we're sucking on your nipples.
Well, leave it to Kathy to make a story like that unsexy.
Wow. So
I don't know. It was pretty sexy.
It started off sexy, and then the infection and the
Right?
gauze.
Yes.
How many
ruined
days or
it.
weeks did it last?
It was in a couple of weeks. Like I.
Alrighty, gang. It's 7:55. We're going to get right back into it. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day in about a minute or so. Kathy's out. Nick, can we get in traffic real quick?
Sure can, yeah. Blue Route is jammed, 476 northbound between 95 and Route 1. Vine Street Expressway, that's also jammed. This is westbound between 95 and the Schuylkill, so that's the length of the Vine Street Expressway. 76 westbound from Pass Young out to the Vine Street Expressway, and then the Schuylkill is also jammed westbound between Roosevelt Boulevard all the way to the Blue Route. 95 southbound is also jammed between Academy Road and Bridge Street. This is road construction reduced to 3 lanes, and then 309 southbound between Paper Mill Road and Easton Road. This traffic report is brought to you by U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Veterans exposed to toxins while serving at home or abroad may be eligible for VA care and disability payments. Apply now at choose.va.gov. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to check in just a moment. Alex, and who is on board today?
Thomas.
So Mike is out. We'll go live on Fox Good Day in just a second. But a reminder, we're about 20 seconds away from that. We have your chance to win a pair of tickets to see David Cross with the secret text word today. He's going to be at the Keswick Theater, and that will be November 12th. So text the word secret to 39333, and we will bounce a word back to you, and later on we'll ask you to call in with that word. And we'll get a random texter on top of that, too, so make sure that you do that, because we'd love for you to win. It'll be before the end of the program today. And the music means we're going live on Fox right now, so let's do this thing.
Oh, 7:56. Okay, let's get to Preston and Steve, because traditionally this is Mischief Night. Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Morning, guys.
And so for those who don't know, it's the night before Halloween, and that's what we want to talk about. Do you guys feel like, well, it seems like it's not as popular nowadays, but I know it used to be something serious.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't grow up with Mischief Night. I didn't grow up in the area. I've been here for almost 30 years now, though, and it has seemed to have waned a bit. And I know that back in the day, it was a night to be reckoned with.
Huge.
So I didn't have any personal experience with it, but I did. We did some stuff randomly back in my early days.
It was big up in New York, which is where I'm from, but what started to happen is stores would put restrictions on purchasing of eggs and age and your go-tos: toilet paper, shaving cream, eggs, soap, and then the pillowcases with flour were another one where you'd smash each other. So there's a part of the deal, but I think you're right, Preston. I think it's really diminished over the years. You don't see a lot of it.
Now, are you big pranksters?
So, Casey's the biggest prankster of the collective here.
Yep. He would sometimes get into a prank war with people.
Coworkers and stuff like that. And I was a bit of a hellion when I was a child.
But on Halloween night, you will actually he wore a tell him about the ghillie suit.
On Halloween night I wear a ghillie suit and I hide in the bushes next to my front door and I scare the trick-or-treaters as they come up and grab their candy.
If you don't know what a ghillie suit is, it looks like you're a bush. It looks like you're part of the shrubbery.
Yeah, it's used in the military.
Yeah. Who's most likely to fall for a prank among the crew there?
On the crew here. Oh, gosh. Probably Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy's not here today, but she's... In fact, he terrified her yesterday.
I terrified her yesterday. We pulled into the parking lot at the same time, and I was in a car that she was unfamiliar with, and she thought I was going to assault her. And when I pulled up next to her, I had a giant smile on my face, and she couldn't see it because the windows are tinted. You should have seen the sheer look of terror on her face, and I immediately regretted doing what I had done.
That's the problem with Mischief Night.
Yeah.
And now she's not here today.
Yeah, I know. I scared her right out of work. Yeah.
She's like, I can't look at him.
What about you guys? Are you guys mischievous? Is there a mischief atmosphere today at the station?
I also grew up out the area. You guys know I was in Texas, so we did not, but we did go all out on Halloween. Like, we had smoke, we would kind of scare the trick-or-treaters and jump out at them. Like, we did do that.
All I'm saying is,
go ahead.
Don't let Alex open up her desk drawer today. I'm just,
Ooh, there we go.
Right.
Yeah, there's a king cobra.
We do have one coworker who has done 2 pranks, and he got me once, and it was like one of those rats that you can like make go on its own, like you pull it back and then it shoots off.
Right.
He got me with that one, and and then they have a cockroach, a little place.
There's one more coming. I just want to let you know. That probably is the easiest among the Good Day crew to prank.
At least I've been warned. I appreciate the warning.
I'm not going to tell you when it's coming. All right, guys.
Good luck. All right, we'll see you later, guys. You know what? One that I do, I get a kick out of, and you'll see videos from time to time, is when someone will. They'll take it's like a fishing line, and they'll hook it onto somebody's shoe, and there's a fake snake.
And they can't escape it.
And they're running, and it's running. It's hilarious.
I saw one on the golf course not that long ago.
Yes.
Yeah, it probably was the same.
The dude fell all over himself.
Yeah, you might actually see a snake on a golf course, and so
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I was at the gym yesterday. I was in the sauna. And
a snake?
No. But it was me and these two guys, and then this really lovely older woman, and we're just sitting there, talking, and I go to get up, and as I stand up, the lady freaks out and screams. She's like, "Ah!" And I thought I scared her because I was on a tear yesterday, just scaring women.
Yeah,
dude, there was a mouse in the sauna.
What?
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
How did it even
Where
get
are you
in
folks
there?
from?
Yeah, he's just making small talk.
Yeah. God, this really, I needed this.
He's got a little terry cloth robe on. Yeah, just enjoying it.
Yeah, just a little spritz.
So what did you do?
Well, I just went and told the management. I'm like, there's a mouse in there. And,
In the sauna.
Yeah, in the sauna, yeah.
That sounds like code. There's a mouse in the sauna.
Yeah.
There is a mouse in the sauna.
The eagle is in the sauna.
Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock. Yeah, that too. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Bud Light. You can join Marissa tomorrow night, 7 to 9, for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at City Tap House in Logan Square. And you can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets, courtesy of Bud Light. So make sure you stop by and see her. Well, a doctor found to have urinated in a consultation room's sink and failed to adhere to restrictions on his registration has been fired. Graham Holmes worked as a IOCUM consultant. IOCUM.
No, that sounds like a porn term.
In Greater Manchester, England. A hearing also found that he told a woman that she needed a CT scan to see if, quote, she had a brain. Or words to that
But before
effect.
that, I'm going to take a piss in the sink.
Yes. Hey, watch this.
But before we get down to the test...
The Medical Practitioners Tribunal Service found that there was no evidence of an acknowledgement, appreciation, or apology for his proven serious misconduct.
Excuse me. Have we gotten to the point now where you need to ask for a doctor's medical credentials? You had a story yesterday, Preston, about a guy who was like a realtor or something who performed cosmetic surgery on someone.
That's right. A colleague reported that they watched through an internal window as he urinated in the sink while pouring water from a cup down it.
You don't see that a lot.
Concerns were raised about him adhering to COVID-19 protocols when he was working at the Royal Bournemouth Hospital. A manager said that he was the, quote, worst member of staff for not wearing his mask properly while working at the hospital.
And then the pissing in the sink.
It was also found Dr. Holmes had deliberately failed to comply with conditions placed on his registration over 6 weeks while working there as well. But I think it was the pissing in the sink thing that kind of pushed him over the edge.
Dr. Mike never does that, by the way.
He's been fired. If you're looking for a cheap place to live in San Jose, which, by the way, is extremely high cost of living, for just $250 a month and some light chores, you could rent a small space under the stairs of a one-bedroom apartment.
Oh, my God.
A recent viral Craigslist ad offered up the small 3 by 10-foot area that fits a cot perfectly and evokes Harry Potter's cupboard under the stairs. I saw a picture of it. It literally looks like that, only there's no little door that goes in. There's just a curtain. So the Bay Area News Group recently checked out the cubby. It's real, and spoke to the ad's poster, a guy named Jason, who asked that they not use his last name. Contrary to what some, and by the way, it would violate his lease if they found out that he was doing this.
Of course.
Contrary to what some commenters on viral Reddit posts have implied, Jason says he's not looking for, quote, a house elf. The way he sees it, he's offering to share his space at a high discount to the right person willing to put up with a cramped sleeping nook and lack of privacy. He said, I just wanted to rent enough space so that I could afford the apartment and not have to eat cup noodles all the time.
By the way, the under the stairs mod, you see them all over social media.
Yeah.
Guys are doing little mini man caves under the staircase. I saw one dude, Preston, so you're reclined on this thing that slides out, TVs. He's got his office in there, maximizing the space. It actually looks pretty cool. This one looks like a dump.
The average one-bedroom apartment goes for $2,894 in the San Jose metro area and $2,410 in the San Francisco, Oakland metro area. The ad was specific. It said, for the right, nice, nerdy gamer, male or female, Jason would be willing to share many of the things that roommates do. He said, use my plates and silverware, enjoy my TV and Xbox, paint your 40K minis at my table with my paints but not my brushes, referring to the miniature figurines that some gamers collect. He was even willing to share his cooking and the occasional Dungeons & Dragons game.
It's actually pretty nice.
He said there were a few rules. No guests ever. Sorry about that, but seriously, who'd want to come visit this place, he wrote. There would be chores involved. One in particular, he said, I have a passionate hatred for doing the dishes. And he offered to take on other household drudgery. How's the response been? He said, I've gotten at least a dozen non-freakish replies, and I've also gotten a dozen freakish responses as well. But he's trying to do this rent under the stairs for $250 a month. Members of an anti-establishment cult have been jailed for up to 7 years for storming a court with handcuffs and trying to kidnap a coroner. This is in England.
A coroner?
Mark Christopher led the group that tried to shut down Essex Coroner's Court, having accused senior coroner Lincoln Brooks of, quote, interfering with the dead. Matthew Martin, Sean Harper, and his wife Shiza were part of a group that believed that they could overrule the UK judicial system. All four were sentenced to conspiracy to kidnap and conspiracy to commit false imprisonment. The justice said that the defendants were part of an anti-establishment cult who relied on non-existent powers to further their aims. Mr. Brooks was driving to work when his colleague, Michelle Brown, said a group had entered the court during an inquest and demanded to speak with him. The defendants were part of what law agencies called an organized pseudo-legal commercial arguments group, usually defined as one that believes its interpretation of law supersedes a state's legal system.
So what is their main complaint? That the coroner by his very nature is supposed to be tampering with dead bodies.
Yeah, but this crazy dude thought that he accused the coroner of being a detrimental necromancer.
Oh, okay.
Who must face corporal punishment, including beating with cattle prods.
Did not know he was a necromancer.
This guy was starting his own cult, essentially, and he led these people into believing that they were in charge. Yeah, it's just you got to
work with us. We're looking for things.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. Hundreds of truckles of cheddar cheese worth more than $500,000 have been stolen from London cheese specialist Neil's Yard Dairy.
The hell's a truckle?
I don't know.
Okay.
Fraudsters posing as legitimate wholesalers received the 950 cloth-bound cheeses from the Southwark-based company before it was realized that they were a fake firm.
Casey, 2 snookles are a truckle.
2 snookles?
Yeah.
Equal 1 truckle? All right. Neil's Yard said that it had been, it had still paid the producers of the cheese, so the individual dairies would not have to bear the cost. It is now trying to deal with a financial setback. More than 22 tons.
It's amazing.
Of 3 artisan cheddars, including Hafford Welsh, Westcombe, and Pitchfork, were taken, which are all award-winning and have a high monetary value.
They actually had a couple of the top chefs of the area record PSAs asking for people to look for the cheese.
Yeah, so Patrick Holden, who owns a farm where Hafford cheese is made, said the artisan cheese world is a place where trust is deeply embedded in all transactions. It's a world where one's word is one's bond. It might have caused the company a setback, but the degree of trust that exists within our small industry as a whole is no small part to the ethos of Neil's Yard Dairy's finders. The police confirmed that it is investigating the theft for a large quantity of cheese. Nick has an update on truckles.
2 updates. A truckle is like a wheel of cheese, so like a wheel of cheddar. And then I think, Preston, the word that you were talking about earlier was locum instead of iokum. And so that's like somebody who temporarily fills in the duties of another, especially when it comes to a physician.
There we go.
We've learned about locums, truckles, and graham crackers.
Yeah, what is that?
And boxes of crackers.
Boxes of crackers.
And candy bars.
And crackers.
Yes.
And a box of candy bars.
Yes, thank you.
I gotta tell you.
All right. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back in a moment. A little later this morning, we're going to have Lieutenant Chris McMullin. He's Bucks County with the Bucks County Sheriff's Office, and is behind this true crime show called Philly Homicide. It's going to be on Oxygen, True Crime Saturdays, and he's got some interesting stories to share. And our buddy Greg Fitzsimmons, comedian performing at Helium Comedy Club, coming up. We'll talk to him too. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
I was, I went back to the guy. He was like, here, gave me, cleaning and this and that and whatever. And it just, literally my body was rejecting it.
Is that why your nipple whistles now and then?
Every once in a while.
Did your mom find out about this right now as well?
Probably, yeah. I think she probably found out
She's
now.
on the roof ready to swan dive into the parking lot.
So how long total do you think you actually had it in?
Nick, probably maybe a month or something, and it just was not getting better.
And always painful all the time.
It was so painful the entire time. It never healed. It was always painful.
Did removing it hurt, or was it really? Oh, really?
No, hurt. And I remember too. I was in the bathroom at my boyfriend's house in college. It hurt so bad. College bathrooms was disgusting. It was so gross. And I was up there with my friend, and she was like, "That's it. We're taking it out." And we just, because remember the old piercer, or what they used to use. I don't know what they use now, but it had little balls on the end, so you had to screw the ball off so that you could take the hoop off. Yep. So it was the whole thing was just painful. It was awful.
Oh my God. All right. So the actual act of having it pierced, because I couldn't do it. It just seems like it would be so painful.
It was awful. It was so painful.
What did they use, ice? Or
people who say oh no, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad.
It's one of the more sensitive spots on your body.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah.
So sensitive.
And listen, here's the thing. Oh God, here's more info.
My vaginal piercing.
No, I never did that. But I don't have very. I can't believe I'm saying. I don't have very sensitive nipples, so I thought, okay, I can do this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm not the girls who are super sensitive and are always nipping through their shirts.
I've got tough as leather nipples.
Not so much.
So
not
when
true.
when it was happening, did they get browner or pinker or?
I hate you.
Somebody says call the guy in New Hope. He'll be able to answer the question.
But I will say, they would take pictures of all of their piercings, and I was like, "Oh hell no!" You cannot have a picture of my boob.
I am floored right now.
I am too, man.
So floored.
Well, we all remember Marissa's tongue piercing.
Yeah.
Remember when she removed that manually at home?
I used to have the audio.
The audio of that getting clipped off. Now that. When you initially got that piercing done, Marissa, how could that not hurt?
Because I was on spring break and it didn't matter. No,
right.
But did I ever tell you guys a story about when I came home and my mom saw it?
No.
So it was Easter dinner. At first, I should say, as soon as I sat up, as soon as I got a pierce, I sat up and I went, "Ugh. My mom's gonna know I feel my tongue pierced," because my tongue just swelled up and I couldn't eat for a few days. So it was Easter dinner. We're all sitting around the table, like an Italian table. So we're talking and laughing 2 hours after dinner. And at one point, I just opened my mouth really wide to laugh at something, and the whole table's laughing, and my mom just stops.
Oh, daggers!
And she goes, "What's that?" And the entire rest of the table starts cracking up laughing because they have saw it hours ago. My mom was probably cooking dinner and she didn't notice. So my mom collects herself for a minute and she goes, "Okay, all right," and starts laughing with it. And then she goes, "Well, at least I knew about the other one." And everybody laughs more. My dad goes, "Wait, what other one?"
Before I do my intro,
okay,
can you hear me, Amy?
Yeah.
Hey! She's here! Amy!
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
All right, well, no, it's all right. I like to always to do a nice big intro, so let me do that now. Ladies and gentlemen, from Evanescence, the same. Hey!
Hi, guys. What a nice intro.
How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Oh, are you kidding me? It's great. Listen, we had just played Better Without You. Leading right into this, and of course, it's on the album The Bitter Truth, which is finally out. And I wanted to ask you about that because you were talking about this album I mean, was it done already, like in 2019? I mean, in the can and ready to go or close to it?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
We really wrote most of it last year. Yeah, during everything.
All right, then I had read that you had asked, you wanted people to hear it at that point, so I read something incorrect. Oddly enough, there was some misinformation that I found on the web.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, we started it a while back. You know, we'd been working in bits and pieces through 2019 in between tours. We just sort of started putting time aside when we were all together. We live all over the world. All over the country, and now we have a member who lives in Germany, Jen, who we've been away from since before the pandemic. She's been with us remotely on this thing since the first 4 songs, but we made it happen. We really did.
It's such a
believe it. Hallelujah.
No, it's very cool, and honestly, the entire world has gone through a maelstrom of stuff. Obviously with the COVID and all that stuff. And then you guys have also, all of you at some level, been dealing with personal crises. And, here you are at this end of it, releasing music into the world, connecting with people and what you love doing. Is there just a big sigh of relief now that it's out there? I can't imagine what that process is like and what you're currently experiencing.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
It really does. And for us, it's not something we do every other year. It's something that is, it comes out when it happens, when the inspiration hits and the time is right and everything lines up and we know what we want to do. So more than ever, it feels like a very special occasion for us. And, like you said, having so much to get off of our chest personally and just feeling connected, with the rest of the world in this time of the last couple of years, just strain and loss and frustration. Feels so good to be in a rock band.
Yeah.
Pour all that out into the music. I can't tell you how good it feels. And now, I'm such a detail critic, always hearing all the little things I want to chip away and change, to finally have it done and not be listening to that anymore and just to listen in my car and enjoy it. It feels really, really good.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that in particular. So, and I would imagine all artists, musicians, maybe not all, but some go through this where you have this final product, you're very proud of it. It's sat for a little while, it's sunken in. Do you go back and go, man, I wish we would have done that. I wish I would have added this harmony. I wish I would have tweaked this and that. Are you okay with, or is that just natural?
That hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
I don't think that about the new stuff. It's funny. I'm hearing so many little things when there's still the chance to change it. I'm hearing this and that and this and I don't know and maybe this and one more of this and we need more background vocals and all that. But then once it's done, finally stepping away, I'm like, I don't even remember all the details I was honing in on anymore. It just sounds great.
Yeah, you know what, and that's why I would be a lousy producer or anything in that position, because you constantly want to be changing and tweaking and doing this and that. You had Nick Raskuletis as your producer, one of the best rock guy that there is to it. And,
yes.
And does he tell me about your working with him and what that experience is like?
He's the best. He's incredible. And that's part of what makes that happen. He's very much in on the details like I am. We work really well together. We don't always have the exact same idea. It's good to have somebody who has different ideas and goes, hey, maybe you should try this one other thing. But really, it's so good to have somebody that you really trust who can say, when you're like, what's better, A or B? Like right. This take or that one, or like for me to go up here or go down here. Somebody who's just like a good sounding board of like, dude, it sounds great when you do it, when you go up. Let's go for that.
That's you got to have that. All right. I also wanted to ask, Steve had mentioned the fact that there's a lot of there's a lot of message you're getting across with this music. There's a lot of things happening. You mentioned a lot of tragedy. There's some good things too, but I wanted to ask you on a personal note. When I will sometimes listen to songs for years and have no idea what the artist was the message that they were trying to get through in this song. Now, I may love the melody and the harmonies and the rhythm and all that stuff, and I like the song, but don't really know what it's about.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? When you've poured emotion, you've written these lyrics, you're getting across a very specific theme that you want, and people don't get it. Is that okay?
It's totally okay.
Okay.
Honestly, I write in a way that is very cathartic for me. And in some of these songs, I hear what I'm saying, and I'm like, there's no way anybody can hear this other than exactly what I mean. But there is. And something that's really beautiful about art and music is when people can take it and apply it to their own life, for their own particular personal experience, what they're going through, and let it be that for them. I think that's a beautiful thing. And it's funny because I want to break down and explain as much as I can about our lyrics, kind of, but there's another part of me that doesn't, because it's sort of better when you see what it turns into for somebody else. It's kind of more powerful that way. I've had songs that totally moved me, and I didn't know that they were about something for many, many years. I was like, oh, that's what that was about?
Yeah.
But therein lies the beauty of the subjective nature of music. But there's something, and I wonder if you agree with this, and I think it might in some way speak to why vinyl has become more popular again. Having album cover art and having an artist, I used to use, when I would listen to music and listen to an album, an actual record, I would look at the art, and a lot of times you had additional messages being conveyed through that.
Yes.
Is that something you remember fondly? And yeah, that's a cool thing, right? We don't have that anymore, really. Yeah.
That's always, we do. I do that.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like that's what's so cool is you can have there are so many different ways to express yourself, and to make an image kind of have a deeper impact. That's why music videos are so cool, dude. We actually just filmed our Better Without You video. It's going to be so cool in Minneapolis, actually. We road tripped it. I drove 13 hours in a car with Troy and my girl Beth.
Wow.
It was really fun. Got cheese curds and everything. Anyway, when you can take, something and go, okay, here's a visual also that sort of feels like the world that this is living in. I don't know. That is a huge part of it, whether it's album artwork or whatever.
Yeah.
And we do that. We almost always have some sort of like animal or insect or something that's like our secret spirit animal that goes with the music for each era. This one's a nautilus. And to me, that spiral shape has always been like some kind of a symbol of like eternity, like it keeps going until you can't see it anymore. And
right.
It makes me think about the future and the past and the soul and like the depths of things. So it just fits. And it's like, it doesn't have to be that anybody really knows that explanation, but it feels that way to me. So maybe it'll feel like that to somebody else on a subconscious level.
Cool.
Amy Lee, I was actually having a discussion over the weekend, and your name was brought up, as well as Taylor Momsen, Lizzie Hale, and Dorothy. And it was because we were watching the pregame for the NCAA Final Four, and they had a giant Miley Cyrus concert. Now, so I don't want to knock Miley Cyrus at all, but she was, for the masses, the female representation of rock music. And I was, and I listened to her album, and I like it.
He likes her a lot.
I do. And so that's why I'm saying I'm not knocking Miley, but I was like, I was a little bit perplexed on why they're having her represent rock and roll when she is not classically known as a rock artist. And I thought, man, Amy Lee would have been perfect for this. Lizzie Hale would have been perfect. Taylor Momsen, Dorothy. There had so many, other, I thought, better representations of rock music. And I wasn't sure what your thoughts were on her being a rock act now. And I'm not asking you to knock anything either.
Yeah, and again, without knocking her with you, I am with you on that. I feel like it has to do with the people in place that are putting those kind of productions together. They need to hire you guys. They need if there's a place where rock music is going to be represented. There's so much rock music with millions of fans. Like, rock is no way dead. Like, it is full alive. But we need people in the positions of power and placement to recognize and tap into that rock world, instead of always trying to make it, well, what'll just get the most people, that have heard this name before or whatever to care about it. That just feels a little bit like a
manufactured,
a business move, a corporate move.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
it. Get the numbers. That's always frustrating. It's cool to be the underdog, but at the same time, it's like, well, rock is real. There are people out there that like it. Give it a chance for sure.
Yeah, but my wife did bring up the point that.
WMMR. All right, thank you very much, Nick. Let's expand the knowledge in your mind. And we're headed to the Just Sayin Institute.
The Just Sayin Institute, the new home of Truckle and Locum, attorneys at law.
Truckle and local.
Attorneys at law.
Uh-huh. All right. This story, the scientists have used AI and they have determined what cheaters look like.
The big cat?
No, cheaters, not cheetahs.
Because I already know what they look
you
like.
know what
They
those
look a lot like leopards.
Yeah, a little skinnier and shorter. But
What the prototypical cheater looks like?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I'd love to hear this.
So it's
cheating in a marriage sense or relationship, or just cheating in life?
Cheating at board games.
Oh.
No. I'm kidding. No, cheating in marital situations, in couple relationships.
Truckle.
Scientists quizzed 2,000 people who have been cheated on about the physical attributes of cheaters, and then they used AI to come up with the facial features of a stereotypical adulterer.
Do we have the photo representation?
You know what? If Sam could do a quick search, yeah. So let me describe before you say, because the AI image generator created pictures of what the typical cheater looks like based on the descriptions of the scorned lovers. Men tend to be bald, in their 40s, with larger noses, smaller lips, blue-gray eyes, frown lines, and short facial hair.
So this guy, the image is up on the screen. What I would say is a fairly decent looking guy who probably thinks he can do better, which might lead to his cheating ways.
Now, the attributes, though, that they mentioned, so larger nose, smaller lips, blue-gray eyes, frown lines, short facial hair. It didn't add in, like jaw or
What's
ears.
his hog like?
I don't know what his hog looks like. I have no idea. They didn't mention it.
This picture that we have in the studio, though, I know somebody who looks exactly like this guy.
You know what it
but
reminds-
he has more hair.
It reminds me of Sean Evans, the host of Hot Ones.
That'd be very true to Sean Evans, yes.
All right, question, your friend.
Yeah. Still married.
Faithful?
As far as, I mean,
you never
I don't
know.
know. Maybe, probably. I would hope so.
So you're it's such a wide breadth of things that lead to someone cheating. But do you think if you're to pick a common thing that motivates somebody to cheat, is it predicated solely on a voracious sexual appetite? Is it their lack of self-confidence? What do you think leads someone to cheat?
So if you're talking about like a serial cheater, like somebody who does it all the time.
All the time, in the broadest general sense, and you can't nail down one trait, but if you were to jump to one, what do you think it would be?
Sex drive.
Sex drive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think that's what motivates that person if they're doing it regularly.
Yeah, so I don't understand why it would come down to what they look like.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Because to me, it's all internal.
If
stuff.
I would bet, Casey, if you're looking at statistical differences between this person and someone less inclined, you're probably talking just percentage points. It's not like 85% of the people look like this guy,
Right.
and I think you're maybe 6 or 7% difference. Right. But I don't know. Yeah, who can figure this stuff out?
By the way, let's be fair here. The stereotypical female cheater
looks like this guy.
Nope. Has dark hair, a small nose, and is in her early 50s. That's not much to go on. I mean, the guy had very detailed. They don't.
So here's the picture.
They don't say the length of the hair or any of that. So
attractive.
we have a rendering of the woman. Yeah, she's very attractive. So she's a cheater, apparently. Both the men and women are described as having a slim build and staring eyes.
Okay.
As well.
So why can't we pair these two up?
Yeah.
Come on now. Steve, the number one reason for cheating is lack of emotional connection. Number two, lack of sexual connection. So, Preston, that would probably speak to sex drive being heavier on one side versus the other.
But emotional is listed as first.
Yeah, and then but number three is an interesting sort of combination of the two, which is bad boundaries with people outside of the relationship.
A couple of other facts about cheaters, according to this survey. Men are more likely to admit to cheating. About a third of them do, compared to about a quarter of women.
I wonder, and I'm sorry to throw all these questions, do you think men are, so in this case, are those being the two things, Nick, are those both across men and women? Or as far as...
That's a good question.
Emotional first, my guess would be emotional might be more a female
attribute.
Yeah. I don't.
This just says the reasons for people, so it doesn't delineate.
And peoples are people.
Like, peoples are people.
Peoples is peoples.
Peoples is peoples. Preston, here's an interesting text from a listener.
So somebody says maybe it's because their wives stopped having sex with them and their wives are fat.
Oh my God.
Somebody's speaking from personal experience.
Okay.
And they hide the crackers.
Boxes of crackers.
All right, so and by the way, you can't eat crackers in bed.
No, but you can eat candy bars.
You get kicked out. Candy bars are good.
Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
I eat crackers in bed. I don't care.
I do too, but I sleep alone. So
with nobody else.
I actually prefer, if I am going to eat something a little bit crumbly and crunchy in bed, to just eat the whole thing. You can't take bites of that stuff. That's how the crumbs get everywhere.
Shove the whole thing in your mouth?
You gotta, if a saltine, that's...
You can't risk it.
One saltine is bite-sized.
Do you ever
in
have
bed.
ribs before you go to bed?
Never.
Okay.
I ate
Not
cereal
in
in
bed.
bed last night.
You ate cereal in bed last night?
Yeah, cinnamon life.
At bedtime?
Yeah, well, I hadn't really had dinner, and the problem was the little wafers of cinnamon life, they kind of splinter occasionally, so I found some of those in the blanket this morning.
This might be germane to this conversation, but Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a cereal I think I quite literally could polish off an entire box in one sitting.
Yeah, it's kind of in my cupboard all the time. And honestly, they really need to get rid of Rice Krispie treats and just make Cinnamon Toast cheese. I can't even say it. Did I say the bad word? Did I say
you said cun. As in short of country.
Yes. Cinnamon Toast Cun.
I want to try those treats.
Yeah. The best part of eating that treat is your ears stay warm.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Steve, is a fine dessert.
It is.
It's satisfying.
You know,
it's wonderful.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch makes me want to come over to your house and have a bowl with you.
Okay, I'll see you next Tuesday.
This is what happens when Kathy's not here.
Kathy's not here. So
we need her.
Can we go back to this?
What?
Yes. Men, so nearly 40% of women say they dumped their partner as soon as they found out that he was cheating, while 12% did it a month later, and 14% called things off within 3 months.
I forgot we were talking about this when we
I
started
know.
talking about
20% of women admit that they stayed with a cheater for at least 2 more years, something only 13% of men who were cheated on did. So women are more likely to stick it out for a little while.
I think, men are probably more likely to get the bruised ego. I think, but who knows? Again, you can't make these sweeping statements.
By the way,
people's is people.
Somebody texted in and said, I'm cheating on Cinnamon Toast Crunch with Golden Grams.
Golden Grams are quite good. Good call, whoever texted that.
I do like Golden Grams.
Yeah.
All right. Can we move on? Something else?
Yeah.
Wait. Chuck just texted us. Hang on a second.
Are we in trouble?
No, he just says, I've never had Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh, all right. Good.
Chuck hears all those veiled references to the vagina, and his concern is that he's never had that cereal.
He's a Cheerios guy, not even Honey Nut Cheerios.
I support Chuck in Cheerios. I think Cheerios are wonderful.
No, if you're going to have Cheerios, I got to be Honey Nut. Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
What about apple cinnamon or whatever?
I haven't had those before. All right, so we've got daylight savings time coming up this weekend, man.
It's coming at a great time because my son's rugby team, they're in the state championships this weekend.
Did he arrange this?
No, but it's a whole weekend tournament, so it's Saturday and Sunday. So I'm so happy that they get an extra hour of sleep going into Sunday's matches.
But falling back can affect everything from our health to our mood, according and mental health and performance at work as well. So according to, who is this doctor that's referenced here? Dr. Christopher Pham, who's a sleep medicine specialist. He said every time that we interrupt our sleep pattern, that interferes with our health. There's increased risk for cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, and increased risk for motor vehicle accidents as well.
Interesting data to share.
Clinical psychologist Blair Steele points out that when we change the clocks to gain or lose an hour, our exposure to light changes, and getting less morning light can decrease levels of mood-boosting hormones like serotonin. You could end up with seasonal affective disorder.
Yeah, and I know, Nick, you suffer from that a little bit. My wife does as well. Getting that light. I love seeing the house lit different ways throughout the year, and we're in a particular time where one hallway lights up with sunlight, and something happens. You just, wow, I feel good.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. It gets to me after a while.
Yeah.
The shorter days. It doesn't happen immediately, but deep into late January, February, I'm done. I'm
Cabin
over.
fever months,
I've
right?
had
Yeah.
enough.
I hate early January. For some reason, I just
It's among the darkest times of the year.
Yeah.
Least amount of daylight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of the reason why not just the baseball, but why I look forward to spring training so much every year is because you get out of the brown and the gray of Pennsylvania and you go to Florida where there's longer days and there's green. Steve, when talking about seasonal affective disorder, when I think about the next chapter in my life, whenever that might happen, and maybe not living in Philadelphia, that is part of the reason why I'm a little concerned about moving anywhere north of here.
Right.
Like Alaska or Iceland or whatever, some faraway place. I don't know if I'd be able to take the winters.
I think yeah.
My brother just moved to New Hampshire. It literally snowed 2 nights ago.
Yeah, and it's
in his house.
Inside.
But it's darker, longer.
Hang on a second. Somebody texted in. I need to correct you. They said they're addressing Casey. We lose an hour of sleep, not gain. Fall back. No, that's incorrect.
Yeah.
When you fall back, you are gaining an hour. You repeat an hour. So
Yeah.
by gaining an hour, Casey means you get an extra hour out of that day.
Right,
So apology accepted, random texter.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
We've talked about this before, but do bars stay open an extra hour this weekend?
How does that work? we always ask.
Preston
You guys need me to jump in here? Yeah, there we go. City Beat. It's bars' choice.
Okay.
I know some bars that make a big deal about it, make a party, and I know some bars that close immediately.
Okay.
And they're like, it's kind of that like nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Like nothing good happens after the second 2 a.m. either.
Yeah. Second last call. I wonder, so they can make our bars liable for legal infractions. In other words, how do they?
Well, she said
I guess legally speaking, they're
Legally
allowed to stay open, but it's bar's choice to go, do we really want this extra hour of mayhem?
All right.
Right. Extra hour of work and an extra hour
people.
of drunk people. Yeah. So.
Extra hour of
drunker.
extra tips, though. You know,
It's
it
true.
depends.
Yeah.
All right. So how can you adjust to the time change and avoid the winter blues?
How can you?
That's the question. So here are the suggestions. Get some natural light in the morning or try light box therapy or lamps that mimic the sun. Your happy lamp, Nick.
I have a happy lamp, yeah.
You still use it?
Yeah, I have it at home. I should bring it back in here. Bill didn't like it, so now that
What's with this damn thing?
Yeah.
What are you, some sort of sun worshiper? What is this, a devil
I
thing?
get off.
Is this some sort of Jewish thing?
Bill said
I
that
miss
one.
Bill.
Yeah. Bill said that one time, by the way. I was thinking about Bill the other day, too.
Bill's great.
Stop talking.
Yes.
And I've called him a couple. I think maybe he's blowing me off.
I see him at the gym every now and then.
Bill is always slow to respond to anybody.
Yeah.
It's just his way.
By the way, people have asked me over the years what kind of happy lamp I use. It's called Verilux, and that's the brand. You can buy them anywhere. They're available on Amazon. So if you're looking for a happy lamp or a light therapy lamp for the winter blues, I like mine, and that's the brand I use.
When the happy lamp is on, how soon do you feel its effects? Or are you aware of it? Is it like a rush?
I mean, some of it's psychosomatic,
Okay.
Steve. I mean, some of it just like you feel like you're doing it, and you're making an effort to feel better about yourself.
So that helps.
So I think that helps. But I mean, like in the worst of the winter blues, when it's dark for too long, or it's cold and typical Pennsylvania winter stuff, I feel like it helps, Casey, especially the time you're talking about.
Okay,
early
so-
January, like to me, that's when it helps the most.
So my recent, the appointment with Dr. Mike, I had my blood work done. I was low in vitamin D, so I started taking vitamin D. Does that have anything to do with
Vitamin D3, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So yes, vitamin D3 in your. That's sunlight vitamin.
Right.
So, yes.
So will that by taking that, does that help with?
I believe it can. Yeah. I'm not completely sure, but they seem to be intertwined. So it is they call it a crisis of the amount of people who do not have a proper level of vitamin D3. In fact, during COVID, one of the great contributors to people getting slammed by COVID was not having enough D3, weren't getting enough vitamin D3. So it's, and Dr. Mike put us on it early. I take it every day, and they're finding all the incredible benefits of vitamin D3.
All right, so you need to get natural light or happy lamp. The other recommendation is exercise. That can be a pick-me-up by boosting mood and serotonin levels, especially if you do it outside.
Every day when I exercise, I have the broadest smile on my face. I cannot wait.
And then the last suggestion is be aware of red flags of seasonal depression, like not wanting to do things you usually enjoy or isolating. And then what do? You just be aware of them, okay?
So I'm aware.
All right, I'm aware. I'm not
aware
gonna do anything about it.
I'm not happy.
I'm going to go punch a moose.
All right, here's another one.
Well, hang on a second.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Try to forget the moose.
For a moment.
That's one thing
Clear
you want
that
to
off
do
your mind.
to make you feel better with seasonal depression. All right, so here's another story from the Just Saying Institute. Poison hotlines are receiving more calls about kids who have eaten cannabis edibles, which sometimes come in packaging that mimics popular candies and appeals to young kids. And children most often find them in parents' or friends' home, not secreted in their trick-or-treat bags. Anthony Jaworski, a clinical toxicologist at the Poison Control Center at CHOP, said the vast majority of the time it happens in our own is in our own homes, and it's when kids get into our own products. So they're saying that you shouldn't take precautions with the candy at Halloween that kids bring home, but it's always safest to sift through your children's Halloween haul before allowing them to dig in. But they also want parents to secure potentially dangerous substances already in the home that kids could mistake for candy.
Yeah, they showed some examples of packaging. I'm not, it's not my world, but a lot of it looks very similar to regular candy, yeah.
Are these the ones that you're getting at dispensaries, or are these the ones that you're getting at the gas station?
Oh, can you get them at the gas station?
Yeah, there is this weird law where how the cannabis is cultivated. Stuff like THCA.
But actual cannabis products, not like a CBD or kratom or whatever.
Kratom, yeah.
Kratom.
Yeah.
Well, wait a second. So you could actual edibles at a gas station?
Gas station, these vape shops, like where, because I vape nicotine.
Yeah.
And they have, it's there. But for some reason, it is, I don't know enough. I'm not a scientist.
It's not considered marijuana.
It's not considered marijuana because it's cultivated from the hemp thing.
Do you get high off of it?
Yeah, you can get high off
Absolutely?
of it. Yeah.
Okay. Case, I don't know.
Like, for instance,
I don't know where these ones that look like standard candy or they're mimicking candy packages, where they come from. The center's managing director, Bruce Ruck, has never seen a case of a child ingesting marijuana that had been handed out while trick-or-treating, but he worries about what kids could get into at a time when lots of candy is in the house. He said, I'm worried about parents or anyone who have edibles around their house. We worry that the child will see it and assume that it is a lot like other things in the house. New Jersey's Poison Center has fielded 100 calls so far this year for children under 5 who have ingested cannabis.
See, we lived in a simpler time. I remember discovering my dad's Playboy magazines.
Yeah.
And no edibles.
So they're saying, it's highly unlikely that your kid is going to come back with some form of a cannabis product in their trick-or-treating. But if you do have edibles around your house and you do have young kids, you got to keep those away from them.
Are they fairly
tasty?
Costly? Expensive?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't see somebody going, hey, I'm going to prank a whole bunch of kids and blow money.
Yeah. Something you might spend a quarter on will cost you $50.
Right.
So it's, as far as candy amounts and pieces and stuff like that go. But yeah, it's not inexpensive. Let me go. Brandon does PR for the Cannabis Association. So let me go to him. Hey, Brandon, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. And so I used to do PR for Campus Association. I've been home for about a year with one of my youngest kids, but happy to be on with you guys. So the products are pretty interesting. They're actually called hemp cannabinoid products.
Okay.
So the cannabinoid is extracted from hemp, and it's a minimal amount of THC that's in hemp, but it can, the way the product is, it can be, produce a product that does get you intoxicated. And what is kind of dangerous about these products is these don't fall under the purview of the regulatory commission. So you're kind of, it's almost like some of these are not being vetted, not being going to laboratories.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Some of these are like you do have some companies that are going the extra mile, making sure it's tested, making sure you are ingesting when it says 50 milligrams, you are doing that.
Right.
But sometimes when you're buying a product at a gas station and it says you're ingesting 50 milligrams, you could be ingesting 250 milligrams, and next thing you know, you're going to the hospital.
So let me ask you. You're saying you could go into a gas station, one of these things that Casey's talking about, purchase some of these products, and you could get high off of something you can purchase in a gas station.
Yeah, yes, you could. It's kind of that's kind of where in New Jersey specifically, I know the New Jersey Cannabis Trade Association, which is like a collective voice of a bunch of companies within the state that operate. They've been fighting against these products because of the dangers of them. And recently, New Jersey did just pass legislation, and I'm pretty sure it got signed into law. I'm not sure when it takes effect exactly, but soon those products will have to fall under the purview of the Cannabis Regulatory Commission in New Jersey. So,
Brandon, I have a question. I have a question about going in to purchase these products from just a standard convenience store or whatever it may be. Are there age restrictions on that at all when you go in to buy them, or can a kid go up and buy them?
So that's the thing. Some stores will say we'll look for ID, but there is I'm almost 99% sure there is not an age restriction on these products.
Yeah,
okay. I bet you a lot of times, because you look at the packaging and I think, oh, that's just candy the kid's purchasing.
And because in the cannabis industry, the legitimate industry, there's so many regulations on packaging. They can't look like candy. It can't be anything enticing because you don't want it falling in the hands of a child on accident. You know what I mean?
I'd say that judging by what we've seen, they're taking liberties with that, because there was one package that looked like Jolly Ranchers, the other one looked like Doritos, the other one looked like Oreos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I can email you guys a one-pager I created last year for the association. It really gives you a full comprehensive rundown of quick hits of what this product actually is and the dangers of them.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it, Brandon. Thanks for checking in, man.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, we'll see you later. Wow. Okay, so there you go, guys. All right, let's go somewhere else. Just Saying Institute. How about this one? A giant bear from the Ice Age and a 5-foot-tall beaver could be next.
Hang on a second. We got this.
Nice beaver.
We got this.
I'm a big chubby bear with a furry little tail, happy as a bear can be.
Okay. So are they starring in a new sitcom?
No, but they could be next in line for a resurrection by de-extinction scientists.
So
I don't like this.
Let me ask you, have they had any successes with de-extinction?
I mean, not creating fully, but they're getting close. At Colossal Biosciences in the
If
US.
only there was some sort of movie that served as a warning for doing this.
Scientists are already well on their way to reviving the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, the dodo.
The dodo.
But they have other creatures have their sights on too. So Professor Beth Shapiro, who is the chief scientist officer at Colossal, said that she had a very long list of extinct animals that she would like to see brought back.
We're dealing with dino DNA.
She said one of my favorite extinct species is a thing called Arctodus, the giant short-faced bear, which stood 14 feet tall.
So the polar bear, 8, 9, 10 feet?
Yeah, something like that. 14 feet tall would eclipse all of them. And a giant beaver that lived in North America, which would have stood up to be about 5 feet tall.
Nice beaver.
And her comment is what Shapiro's comment said, that would be funny.
All right.
Oh, that's the wrong attitude. That's the kind of person who does a human centipede.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys an ethical question, because the dodo is a more recent extinction, right? Like 1800s or whatever. The woolly mammoth, 10,000 years ago, something along those lines. I guess in my mind, bringing back a dodo seems a little more sensible than bringing back something that went extinct a long time ago. But I don't know if there's any difference.
You know what? Again, you want to talk about hypocrisy? We were talking about it earlier. I'm against it. Yet I would love to see a brontosaurus.
Yeah.
I mean,
or a woolly mammoth.
Or a woolly mammoth. So there seems to be, but again, animals go extinct and we're discovering new species all the time. So I don't know, but the second you start futzing around with this stuff, then you got a pterodactyl bear.
They're focusing too much on whether or not they could rather than whether or not they should.
So where are your local truckles? And this is a locum, and this is truckle.
So the Actrotus, which was that giant bear,
14-foot bear,
lived in North America
Flat face.
during the Pleistocene.
Pleistocene, you too.
It's probably Pleistocene.
Oh, yeah.
From around 2.5 million years ago until it became extinct around 11,000 years ago. It is thought to be the largest land-dwelling species that ever existed on the continent, standing as tall as a human male when walking on all four legs. They went extinct because of the fall in large herbivores to hunt.
Oh, it's an herbivore.
As well, no, to hunt.
Oh.
As well as competition from humans and brown bears.
It jumped up a few levels on the bring back list, right? Yeah.
Why does it say that standing as tall as a human male when walking on four legs?
So it's
on 4 legs.
like 6 feet tall on 4
As
legs.
it's bent over, yeah. The giant beaver, Castroides, was an enormous rodent which also lived in North America during the Pleistocene.
Pleistocene, you too.
And became extinct at about 10,000 years ago. Recovered skulls suggest it could swim underwater for long periods and had 6-inch teeth.
So take a look at the screen, Preston. There is a rendering of what thing would look like, this 14-foot bear.
I kind of want to see it.
You don't want to see it.
No, I do.
Wow. That's, for perspective, that is shocking.
The Jurassic, what was the first one with in the new series, Jurassic World?
Yeah.
Where they did that hybridized...
the swimming one?
The one that also you had chameleon-type camo.
Oh, right. I didn't see that one.
Like you built the absolute worst nightmarish dinosaur. Yeah, I don't like this.
No, I don't want to see this necessarily in real life, but I wouldn't mind seeing a movie rendering of something like this.
Okay. Well,
it makes it look super realistic.
You know, you remember the first seconds in Jurassic Park when they had rendered, it was an Allosaurus, I think it was, walking along, and you see it, and it looked as real as anything you'd ever seen on film, and you're swept up in that, oh my God.
Yeah.
But again, you're taking something, as Laura Dern makes the point in the movie, you're taking something out of its time and putting it in this time, and it's our time up here.
Down there, it's their time.
Right.
It's their time.
By the way.
And that is a big pile of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Our time, that's Goonies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's another Spielberg movie.
There we go.
Hey,
Yeah.
all right.
So that's from the movie too. Although bringing back animals from extinction has echoes of Jurassic Park, the team at Colossal hopes
That's the bear.
That's the giant sloth.
So, yeah, it's a giant sloth bear.
that hopes the techniques they are pioneering could uncover lost genetic traits
Feed some crackers
from the past and ensure that no species alive today need ever go permanently extinct.
All right.
So all right, we'll move on to something else. All right. Oh, we got to wrap it up.
Well, you do one more. One more.
Okay.
Or you can wrap it up, whatever.
Well, let's hit. No, I just deciding. Do I want to end with something fun or legit?
We've actually hit,
or
I think, a couple of mind-expanding topics here.
or legitimate here.
Yeah, this has been a good Just Saying Institute.
Oh, okay. Here's what I'm going to end on this one. Because this is actually, I should have done this last week, but a team of scientists have discovered a new species of snake in the western Himalayas, whom they have named after Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Abominable snow snake.
For his contributions to the field of wildlife conservation. So, Anguculus DiCaprioli. DiCaprioi.
Anguculus DiCaprio.
Yeah.
Anguculus?
Anguiculus. That's it. Anguiculus
Calculus?
DiCaprioi. What?
Calculus?
No, not calculus. What's calculus?
I'm the finger man, too.
Yeah. No, let me. Can I say this uninterrupted for just a moment and try to get it right?
We owe it to DiCaprio.
Anguiculus DiCaprioi. That's it.
Okay.
Is a member. Did I just
spell?
Conjure something?
Yes, you did.
Is a member.
Anguiculus DiCaprio.
It's a member of the.
You shall not pass.
Jesus.
Anguiculus DiCaprio. Suckle and locum. Shields and cloth.
These are all hit makers in the Shire.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
All right, it's a member of the Culibridae, which is the largest family of snakes on the planet, with 304 genre and 1,938 species.
I don't
Genera.
think of the Himalayas as a snake environment.
I don't either. They account for almost 2/3 of all living snakes in the world.
Those snakes are cold-blooded.
Anguiculus is Latin for small snake. And then the DiCaprio is obviously after Leonardo DiCaprio.
What film specifically?
They didn't say.
The Departed?
They didn't say. I think it was What's Eating Gilbert Grape. So they suggested the common English name, and here you go, Himalayan snake.
Oh, there you go.
So that's it. But the specific epithet DiCaprio is a patronym honoring Leonardo DiCaprio, who has been actively involved in creating awareness about global climate change, increased biodiversity loss, and human health issues through pollution.
And will this snake only date other snakes that are 30 years younger?
I think that might be. They only mate with much younger snakes. So in addition to this, he made funds available for field conservation activities and research as well. It's a pretty cool looking snake.
It is. It's something I would have expected to see something different from a Himalayan snake.
It's brownish on the top and a gray color on the bottom. It's a thin-looking snake. It almost has like a prismatic type of, like when
Do you know what it looks like?
The light is hitting it, like it could change colors.
A boot shoestring.
A boot shoestring.
Yeah, kind of
right?
is, yeah.
So the snake is found in Chamba Kulu and Shimla. And Shimla in Himachal Pradesh.
I think that's a Three Dog Night song, isn't it?
That's Shambhala.
Oh, that's right.
On the road to Shambhala.
Nainital in Uttarakhand.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. He was a good friend of mine. He was an orc, so I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him drinking his wine. Yes, he always had some mighty fine wine.
And Shambhala. I love this song.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
Did Paul Williams write this?
I don't know. It's also found in
Going back to Mordor.
Going back to Mordor.
Whiskey and water going back to Mordor.
Okay. It's also found in Chitwan National Park in Nepal.
I want to get to that part of the world.
Do you?
I want to in that general area and Kathmandu and I want to, I know, Nick, you share the same thing, see Everest in the distance,
Okay.
at least.
I have a question about Kathmandu because I've only heard the name of the city. Is it a metropolitan area? It is. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the capital of the city, of the country. And
Okay.
I think I've shared this before, but when you're flying into Kathmandu, you are at 30,000 feet, which is the elevation of Everest. So you're descending into Kathmandu from 30,000 feet, and then that's how high up you are.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, that's insane. Because I've heard the name obviously, and I have visions of exotic, living.
Yeah. It's like Doctor Strange. I mean, I think they shot it there.
I think I'm going to Kathmandu. I think it's really where I'm going to.
More from the McMullin collection. And then who can forget We've Got Tonight?
We need to make
off. I meant not Merlin.
We need to make a commercial that's all the hits.
Well, Gandalf could promote them. Yeah.
You remember this song?
The Gandalf.
Was it the
gang.
first song you ever finger blasted someone to?
Wow.
Still here we are.
Okay. We got to wrap up the Just Saying Institute. So, that's what we were doing, believe it or not. So, thank you very much for being a part of this particular segment. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to have a guest in to talk about a show that's coming up, and it's featured in our area on Oxygen, True Crime Saturdays. And
Looks
it's
fascinating.
called Philly Homicide. We'll get Lieutenant Chris McMullin here, and a little bit later on, our buddy Greg Fitzsimmons is going to be on the program. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
She's a different name out there, and so maybe she is going to be that entree, right? Maybe somebody's going to watch her, listen to her, and go, well, hang on a second, I like this style of music. And maybe somebody...
Take a deeper dive.
Maybe somebody who wouldn't have known about Evanescence is now all of a sudden introduced as a result of that. I was like, okay, well, that's a healthy perspective, I guess.
Yeah, totally.
And Casey brought up all the great female rockers that are out there now, and I always kind of think of you as you, for me and for us, I think here represented the turn where we were like, we had obviously legendary voices in rock, but you represented this next wave that I think is still going on. You were the flashpoint, I think, and it seems like your contemporaries, and I've read interviews with all of them where they cite you as that step-off point. That has to come with a bit of pride.
That's really cool. It's so much cooler doing all of this now, later on in life, with the experience and the respect that comes along with, just doing it for a long time and surviving so much.
Yeah.
It's I would way rather be where I am now than what it felt like when we were starting out.
Yes. Yeah.
It's badass. It's incredible. There are so many people that came before me, that have influenced me. So many rad women. It's not like I'm like this one pillar of rock. There have been women in rock from the beginning.
Yeah, but you had a style which I kind of see as almost like dominatrix-esque. And let me explain, because they incorporate pleasure and pain.
Yeah.
And so the instrumentation is the pain and your voice is the pleasure. You have this smoothness about you, and then there's that raw edge of the music that go together. So, I mean,
contrast.
Yeah.
Contrast.
So,
on a visual, audio, whatever level, I like to hear two really different things coming together to make that beautiful swirl.
And as I want to be the first one who has ever called you a dominatrix. Has anybody ever done that?
Oh, you're not the first.
We're on Zoom with Amy, so we can see her in the room that she's in. Are those Care Bears and Smurf dolls behind you?
Yeah. What's your pleasure? 80s toys.
Do you have any My Little Ponies? Because Kathy was never allowed to have a My Little Pony when she was a kid.
Yeah. Wait.
We're going to take a look. She's taking the camera over. I'll describe to the audience.
My
Little Ponies. Several My Little Ponies.
I try to keep it in perspective, so like the Grammys and the awards have dolls all around.
It's like in front of a gold record and a Grammy. There's a My Little Pony. Several.
Wait, and I love the Care Bears.
I got My Little Pony climbing the Grammy right now.
Oh my God.
Raggedy Ann up there.
Amy, I used to go to my neighbor's house and play with the neighbor because she had My Little Ponies, and for whatever reason, and it wasn't that I wasn't allowed to have them, but my mom never got them for me, and I was traumatized as a kid. I
Your mom probably thought they were sinful or something.
That's really funny. I honestly, I didn't have that many toys as a kid, but I don't know why. Like, there's so many cool 80s collectible. I mean, it's not like it's only the 80s. It happened later too with Pokemon and Beanie Babies and everything else. But when I got to be a teenager and all that stuff was like at flea markets and cheap, I was like, I'm buying every toy that I ever wanted now.
Yeah, now that you can afford it, go for it. Yeah, absolutely.
So, Amy, with the new record and new music, what are your thoughts on touring and what it's going to be like over the next few months? Because so much of that is up in the air for so many different acts.
Yeah, we're not going to be out there this summer, but we are making plans for the end of the year. And I just can't wait. It's been just this thing where we keep making plans, and this is like with tour and everything else over the last year and a half almost now. You just keep making plans and keep having to push them back, and then you just keep making them again and keep making them again and keep, waiting for that time when you don't have to postpone it again. So we just keep making plans. Yeah. And I feel like now, we're in a different situation than when we were in last year when we just kept pushing it back, hoping for something. Now there's a vaccine. Now things are changing. I've already gotten my first shot. we're headed towards the end of not being able to do it anymore. So we are going to unleash the fury. I am so ready to get out there and just play and feel what it feels like to be on stage, just immersed fully in music with a group of hot and sweaty people. Don't you want that so bad?
Yeah,
right now?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So good.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, I mean, when was the last time you played our MMRBQ? How many years? Obviously, it wasn't last year. Was that
it's been a
2
while.
years ago?
I don't think it was that
2019.
long ago.
Yeah, because I had a great memory of being in the commissary, if you will, and I believe they might have been serving kielbasa sausage, and I started singing Tenacious D,
Tenacious
and
D.
you were there, and you actually sang with me a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your butt
that.
cheeks is warm.
Yes.
That was our road trip music. That
Yeah.
we were just on that road trip. It was all Tenacious D, like
That's awesome.
all of it.
Oh,
I'm an old school fan from like the cable days.
Yeah.
Like
the HBO show.
They played the MMRBQ one year, and they were it was a festival. Yeah. It was a festival, another festival that we did, and nobody really knew them except the musicians, and it was wild to see that. The audience was like, "What in the F?"
It was before Jack Black was a household name, man.
Every band was lined up stage side, and they were like freaking out. It was just hilarious.
it's so funny because it's one of those things, right? Like Spinal Tap, where bands get it on a level where it, especially with the Tenacious D, their musicianship is so good.
Yeah.
That's part of what makes it so funny. Like all the details of like talking about writing a song and everything, you just relate to it. It's like, that's right. And it actually sounds great.
It does. They're really great. And Pick of Destiny is just you can watch that over and over again. I wanted to ask you when you're performing, when you said getting back to the concert dynamic. What's the better scenario? You're able to roll out the music, and a lot of your listeners have heard it. They're live, perform live with that energy, or they come already pre-schooled on the music because they've been listening to it over and over again off of the album.
You know, it's cool when they know it a little bit. That one of the cool things about this situation is we're going to be going out there playing the new album.
Right.
And by the time we're able to be up on stage playing it, the fans have been living it with it for a year.
Right.
I mean, we started releasing the songs, already a year ago now. So it won't be that, ooh, what's this one? I haven't heard it before. I mean, it'll be cool to hear it live, but they'll know the words. And I think that's going to be really powerful.
Yeah. I remember when I would be going to a concert, I would take a little bit of time to do the work, to get the album and listen to it, and then go. It's a completely different experience. And were you the same way when you were pre-rock star? Yeah.
Yeah, even now, like if we're gonna go to a show and it's a band that like a friend wants to go to that I don't really know that well, or I know like the hits, but I don't want to be that person.
Yeah,
like you always jam that album that day when you're like getting ready to go, just so you're kind of familiar with what's going to happen. It makes it more exciting when the songs you like do happen.
It serves you better as you're paying for this ticket. Yeah. You're going to get more out of it if you listen to the material. I remember Rush had done a tour, and it was a concept album that they had, and they said they were going to mainly just be playing music from that. So I did my work. I listened to it. I loved it. Our boss did not listen to it. He thought it was a lousy concert. I thought it was an awesome concert. So that can be the difference. You got to listen to the material.
I totally agree.
Hey, I wanted to ask because Taylor Momsen's name came up, Lizzie Hale's name came up. There are a couple of the featured backup singers on this album. There are several people that you brought on board, and all of this done remotely. How was that? I mean, just a quick phone call and they're in type of thing?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It wasn't completely remote. That was when we were recording Use My Voice, it was right before the shutdown. It was the beginning of last year. So we recorded in Nashville. That's where Nick's studio is. And Lizzie, and they live here. So it was easy for her to come by, like check out the song, get in the booth. And Dina Jacob from Viridia, my friend who helped me actually write a little bit of the song, she could come in. She lives here. So we did that. But also I just like texted and called a couple friends and was like, I don't know, do you want to lay a vocal down on this? And everybody said yes. And
awesome.
Really cool.
You guys all have your own style and all shine in your own ways. But when you're watching Lizzie, do you kind of sit there and go, a little less? Don't destroy me on this. Her voice is
I hear
so
Lizzie
powerful.
and I'm like, turn that girl up.
That's so cool that you guys all live out there. That's just one of those cities that I need to get to.
Are you in Nashville?
Yeah, I am now. I was in Brooklyn for 13 years. It's weird. It's different, but it's good. We're closer to my parents here.
Hey, I wanted to listen. I don't know if you have the details, and if you do, if you're allowed to give them out or not. But you are going to be announcing a streaming concert next month. Can you talk about that right now or no?
I don't know. I haven't talked about it yet because I didn't think I was supposed to, but you just spilled beans.
Feel free to get in trouble because of us. Yeah.
Nobody's listening.
We're working on it. We're just now talking about the set list. So we are doing something. Yes.
Okay. I've watched a lot of streaming concerts over the last year, and it is, there's some really, really great things. I'm a huge Fish fan, and Trey Anastasio did a run of shows at the Beacon, and what they did, which I thought was really, really cool, is they performed towards the back of the stage, right? And so and then they lit up all the seats behind them. I mean, just are you talking like, just visuals alone, because obviously the music's going to, speak for itself, but the visuals alone, I thought that was a really cool visual.
That is really cool. That's a good idea.
Hey, we still
have to figure out what we're going to do exactly.
When you're putting the set list together, what's most important, opener or closer to you? What do you think?
That is a difficult question.
Yeah.
The opener is really important. I'm tempted to say the closer, but honestly, like the way you start the show really sets up the whole energy of the night. If you come in strong, like that is going to just get everybody to buy into everything else you're about to do. So I think starting is really important, but ending's important too, because whatever you end with, that's what's going to be in everybody's head for the rest of the night.
I saw a Cheap Trick one time, and they opened with "I Want You to Want Me," and we were like, "What?" Blew me away.
There's a lot that can go into. There's a lot behind those moves. I think that's a statement. It's like, if you guys came to just hear this one song, you can leave now.
We're
not the rest of the show is for the fans. You guys want to go to the bathroom, just go. Get to the back. This is for the fans now. That's what that says to me.
we had a show one time, and we won't mention the band, but the band opened and closed with their hit at the time. It was like it was a weird thing.
Well, it was the New Radicals, and they really didn't have much material.
Pretty much what they had.
And that's a great song. You get what you get.
Absolutely, yeah.
But hey, I wanted to, and I don't know if we've talked to you since you guys released your cover of The Chain, but what an amazing rendition of that song. And I just wanted to thank you for doing that, choosing to do that, and releasing it. Yeah,
and ballsy too. Yeah, I mean that's a bold shot at a song that's got its own identity for sure. It was awesome.
Totally, man. It felt really good to do. Our band is made up of people. We all have a little bit of a different taste in music, and we all like different things. And, some of that contrast between us is what makes it great. But one place that we all super agree is Fleetwood Mac. Yeah. So to be able to go in and for us all to just be like, yes, like equally excited to have the opportunity to do it was really cool. And my thought on covers is always find a new way, like make it somehow like really your own, because if it's really just going to be another version of the original, like that's just, I don't know. I want to go hear the original then. Like that to me is like that.
You're just reminding people of a version they like better. Yeah, which is it's the problem.
Like bring a new perspective to the table and see if you can show, another potential interpretation of the music. So that song definitely, it's different. It's very different from the original. I really like it.
You mentioned each band member having their own taste, and then confirm or deny, is your number one pie choice these days pecan pie, and how did that happen?
You guys research deep. You went far on Instagram.
Can you confirm or deny?
Confirm. I love pecan pie. I mean, I like food in general. I'm a food person, but I think that was like last Thanksgiving or something. I was like, okay, I'm making a mark in time. Like, this is my favorite. I'm tired of playing around. This isn't a joke anymore.
So you pronounced it pecan pie, which is how I say it as well. Steve says pecan. Yeah. So then where are you from? Where did you grow up that you got that pronunciation?
I actually grew up all over. My dad's was in radio for 30 years, so we're kind of a no dialect family. South Florida is where I grew up as a small child, but then Illinois and then Arkansas. But I mean, I've lived everywhere, kind of.
All right, what did he do in radio?
Pecan. We say pecan.
Pecan. What did he do in radio?
He did what you do. He was a DJ, a program director, morning show.
Oh.
We traveled. That's why we moved around a lot, just different jobs.
Wow, cool. Thank you very much, Nick. We have a guest in the studio on to talk about Philly homicide, which you will be able to catch on Saturday, 9 p.m. on Oxygen True Crime. And he is with the Bucks County Sheriff's Office, and we would like to welcome Lieutenant Chris McMullin to our program. Good morning, Chris. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome, man. So listen, we were just talking off air a little bit about you and what your background. You want to cover a little bit of that now before we dive into the show?
I started in law enforcement in 1989. I was what's referred to as a summer cop down in North Wildwood, New Jersey. Yeah. I did that for a couple seasons, and then I went to the Philadelphia Police Department. I worked there for a couple years as a patrolman, and then I went to the Ben Salem Police Department. I stayed there for 30 years.
30.
And the majority of that time I was a detective. And
primarily working homicide?
Homicide, sex crimes,
okay,
major crime, things like that. Cold cases, that was my big thing.
Are there? So we hear these stories, and we only sort of tacitly understand what's going on through TV and shows like the show you're promoting. Are there people who are specifically assigned cold cases?
In some agencies, yes.
Yeah.
When I was in Ben Salem, we had a few of them, and nobody was really working on them at the time, and I just kind of took it over.
Yeah.
I just said I want to work on these cases.
Yeah.
And fortunately, I had some luck on them.
So the next episode that's coming up on Saturday is the Center City Devil. And about the show, real quick, is it dramatizations? Is it archival footage? What is the format of the program?
It's actually both. There are some recreations. There's a lot of archival footage, and then there's interviews of the detectives that work the cases and solve the cases, friends and family of the victims. Sometimes there's news reporters on an episode.
So yeah, and there's a wealth of stuff in the archive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, the Center City Devil, you were involved directly in this case.
I was not involved.
You were
in
not?
this case,
Okay.
No.
It says he was one of the detectives on the case. No, for the murder of Dr. James Sawa. Is that a different case?
That was a Ben Salem case. I was involved in that. I was kind of in the background, and I wasn't one of the lead investigators in that, but I was involved in that. And then there's another episode. I think it's episode 6.
There are 10 episodes altogether, right?
Correct.
Now, right,
yeah,
in this season.
We got 10 episodes. Yeah. There's another episode that I was very involved with. The victim's name was Christian Rojas. Mm-hmm. And that case, that was from a while back. That was from 2005.
So, okay, so 10 of these that have sort of gripped the area. We were talking before this, and you were saying, and you have to do this. We're fascinated with this stuff. We're fascinated with what compels people to do these things. But I think overall, and ask me or at least give me a yes or no on this, your take on this. Are we drawn to things, especially of this nature, because we innately want to see the pursuit of justice and people held accountable for things that they've done? Is that, do you think, what drives the interest, like the person who pursues cold cases like you did, for the people who are the victims and remain victims because nothing is settled? Is that the overriding impetus?
I would agree with you. I think it's about justice for the victims and their families.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and delivering that. And percentage-wise, over your years of doing it, does the bad guy get away a lot, or,
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get away with it for a real long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Have you been involved in any case where you thought, okay, one last swing at this, and you ended up finding it, solving it?
I was involved with a case that happened in 1984. It was a young girl. Her name was Barbara Rowan. She was 14, and she was killed, and it was never solved. And I reopened it around 2002. When I read the file, I just was, we have to take a shot at this.
Right.
And worked on it on and off because I still had other cases coming in. But for about, it wasn't until 2015 we made an arrest.
Wow.
Okay.
So all that time.
Well, I have a question about that, about cold cases and you as a detective. Is it your discretion to just say, hey, I'm gonna take a shot at this? Or do you have to be assigned, or because you can only handle so much workload when you've got to focus on active investigations,
That's true. I mean, where I worked at, we needed approval. Cases were assigned. And what happened was I was literally recovering from knee surgery, and I was in a cast. So
You had some downtime.
All I could do was sit at my desk and type and answer the phone. I couldn't go out and pursue current cases. So somebody said, "Why don't you take a look at this case file?" And I did, and it hooked me.
And that meant resolution for people who, and I mean, it ended up working out. I mean, that's amazing. And, go ahead, Preston.
What do you think about nowadays people that are enthusiasts? They're regular citizens, and they find out information about cold cases and start to do a little bit of research on their own. And maybe stumble across something, because the more people you have working on something, I mean, you also have crackpots that are going to offer up leads that go nowhere, and maybe conspiracy theorists that think this happened and when it didn't really. They don't have actual hard evidence. But the more people you have working on things, that's got to be a good thing.
I agree with you. And when I started opening up cold cases, one of the things with a cold case is you want to bring it up to current standards of, technology and things like that. And even, a case that happened in the 80s, we didn't have the internet then. So I was putting these cases out. I was putting them on those websites of those amateur detectives and things like that, because I wanted the exposure.
Wow, yeah. And you think about that. We're so used to what we have right now. Yeah. We remember when we first started the show and we had the news feed come over on the teletype and all that stuff, and it was... things are vastly different. One of the things that you said before this is that very important to your involvement in the show, when they came to be involved in the show, was respect of the crime and the victims, and not be exploitive about it.
Correct.
And so in this episode that's coming up on the weekend, the Center City Devil, I believe I understand, was this a serial killer?
Yes.
And this was the last kill of the serial killer's reign of terror?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you give us a little insight into what we can expect?
It started off... He had killed a woman who was in Center City. She was, and I feel terrible, I can't remember her name at the moment, but she was...
You deal with a lot of names.
I do. And he was shooting people. And then when they recovered the evidence and did ballistics, they realized that the weapon had been used in other unsolved crimes. And ultimately I believe it was 4 victims they tied to this one suspect. And you'll see the determination in the detectives. One of them, Chuck Boyle, he's retired from Philly. He says right on camera, he says, "Listen, I had 2 daughters. I wanted this guy caught more than anybody." I mean, they really doubled down. Their determination was remarkable.
It seems that a lot of this, and knowing what we know of these guys, and there have been a number of movies and TV shows and documentaries that have focused in on people like this and like yourself, it becomes personal. It becomes... something that correlates to your own life and your own experience. And then I don't know. I mean, God bless the people who do what you do, and the people that do this and give peace of mind to the victims' families. But to go and have to deal with this and to talk to people who are just in the thick of this, I don't know how you help from bringing it home. Do you know what I'm saying?
I never did a good job at it. I brought it home. I won't speak for other people, but it's bothered me at times.
Yeah. And it's to consume you sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just ask my wife.
Wow.
Who's a big fan, by the way.
Thank you, wife of Lieutenant Chris McMullin. In the Center City Devil, are you in this episode?
I'll be there as the host.
Okay, so you're hosting all of these. Okay.
Correct. Yeah,
all right.
I'm the host for every episode. Yeah.
Did you? Were you the one that presented all the cases and highlighting these ones?
I helped find some of the cases for season 1. Yes.
Okay. I assume. Listen, this is a major city that's been in the area. History. I assume there's no shortage of stories to pick, but these are 10 specifically curated that really caught the attention. Many of these caught national attention as well.
They
correct?
did, yes. Yeah. A lot of them did.
So, Chris, you were a Philly cop for a long time, and then you were in Ben Salem for a stretch, and then Bucks County Sheriff's Office. What do you know now that you wish you had known in at the beginning of your career? Something that might have changed the way that you approached detective work, or even approaching any of these cold cases, like something that you've learned along the way. You're like, man, I wish I knew that in 1990.
So, just to have patience. And as you do this job more, you learn from it, and you learn how to talk with people. And when I was young, I wasn't the most patient person, but working on cases, they don't get solved. Some of them may get solved quickly, but a lot of them don't.
The name of the woman, by the way, Trish McDermott.
That's it.
And she was younger woman, got off the bus at 9th and Market. And but yes, I assume you have to develop glacial patience with this stuff. Again, from the time that you said picking up the one case was 4 or 5 years. I know, you hear about DNA now, solving 20, 25-year-old cases and finding things. We hear these and we see these tropes on a lot of shows. What is the percentage of time that the person involved in committing this act or murder is related or known to the victim?
It could go for decades.
Yeah. But the person committing the murder are they usually statistically someone in the victim's sphere or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Often, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. They know them somehow. I mean, there are the random strangers, but maybe a coworker, maybe somebody from the neighborhood.
Yeah, there's an amazing. I'm looking because the Inquirer did a lengthy article on a number of these cases,
Mm-hmm.
and they include the headlines. What is there one that's still looming in your mind, or that is on your list that is yet to be solved? That is at the top of your got to get this person list.
There's actually one from Bucks County that I would love to see solved.
Can you give us some of those details?
The case of Carol Ann Doherty. It was in Bristol Borough. It was in the 60s.
In the 60s.
Wow.
It was a young girl that was killed in a church.
Okay.
Yeah. I would love to see that case solved.
Okay. And with DNA advances and things like that, it seems like those are a little more in reach, these ones that are happening.
With investigative genetic genealogy, yeah.
Yeah.
Does that add, though? Because I know sometimes a rush to embrace the technology or so on and so forth can also cause problems. Have there been issues with the DNA evidence as well? I mean, for as many ways as they can use it to reinforce finding the person, can it be used? Well, it's being used to free people too, right? People who were served incorrectly.
Yeah, the Innocence Project.
Yeah. But it's still now considered, a fairly unimpeachable level of evidence when you find DNA evidence, right? It hasn't been. It's still the gold standard, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, you have the Cold Case Initiative. Can you tell us what that is?
That's a nonprofit I started right after I retired. When I was working on these cold cases, one of the biggest problems I had was money. Because like I said, you want to bring them up to current standards, and with that would be genetic testing and forensic testing that was not available back when the case happened. And even, my department was a well-funded department, but at times the funds just weren't there. So Cold Case Initiative, our mission is just to raise money and use that money to help agencies offset the costs of forensic testing. We've actually solved one case so far.
Oh, off the initiative?
Yes.
Well, how many cold cases, can you guesstimate how many cold cases are currently within the files of, say, the Philadelphia Police Department on average?
In Philadelphia, I don't know the numbers in Philadelphia, but the last time I checked nationwide, it was like well over 200,000.
200,000, yeah, geez.
I mean, there's like he was saying, sometimes they get away, and they fade off into history, and maybe relatives aren't really making noise about it after a while or something like that. So
God forbid somebody should encounter something happens and someone is killed or whatever, and their family or whatever. I don't know if there's anything you can suggest, but what is the best thing someone can do to hopefully secure or put in place things that could be used as evidence or to assist you as an investigator in getting perhaps the culprit? Are there, maybe it's a weird question, but someone in your family has been murdered. What could you do to help that might not come to your mind to help assist in the apprehension of the criminal?
Well, whenever there's a homicide like that, we study what we call the victimology.
Okay.
Which is, the person who was killed, who was in their life and what was going on in and around their life the time that it happened, and just obviously leading up right to before it happened. And so information.
Right.
Everything that, he or she was going here, he or she was socializing with this person.
To try to remember lists, times, events, try to be aware of the recent history.
Exactly.
Yeah. Chris, by the way, on Philly Homicide, the cases that are covered in these the 10 episodes of the series, these have all been resolved, or are some of them still pending?
These 10 episodes have all been solved.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I would love to be able to do some episodes on unsolved cases to get it out there, just like I said, and we'll see if we get there.
I think this will probably lead to that.
I think it seems that what the organization you started should have its own offshoot. Because I mean, listen, we the Most Wanted, right? That was the name of the series.
America's Most Wanted.
America's Most Wanted.
Yeah,
it works. It works.
Yeah, I mean we were just talking about that yesterday. I would love to be able to maybe God willing, if we get a season 2.
Yeah.
Maybe even after the end of every episode, I could do a 90-minute segment on a unsolved case just to get it out.
Could mean salvation to some family.
Sure.
All right, well, step one is to watch Philly Homicide, and maybe that'll lead to a follow-up. It's on Saturdays at 9 p.m. It's on Oxygen, and it will be hosted by our guest, Lieutenant Chris McMullin. So we wish you luck, man. Thank you for coming by and sharing with us about this.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Say hi to your wife, please. I will.
What's your name?
Heather.
What's up, Heather? All right, let's hear for Lieutenant Chris McMullin of the Bucks County Sheriff's Office. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Well, listen. We're excited about the prospect of maybe a streaming show coming up, and obviously you doing the live stuff, which is going to be fantastic, and the new album is great. So, Amy Lee, congratulations to you, the rest of the guys in the band.
Thank you.
And just keep doing what you're doing, and we love it, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you in person again.
Yes.
Excellent. The Bitter Truth, Amy Lee, Evanescence, thank you very much. And thanks for coming on this morning. So, wow, she's so cool.
She's awesome.
I love it. YouGov polled adults who said that they intend to watch Super Bowl and revealed how they answered the question, which, if any, of the following foods do you plan to serve or eat while watching the Super Bowl this year? So I'm gonna read off all of the ones that they asked about. Mm-hmm. You guys tell me which one you thought was most people said yes to.
Right. Okay.
All right, so pizza, nachos, cheese and crackers, burgers, chicken wings, cookies, ice cream, and chips and dip.
What was the number one of those?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, the one that usually gets I believe, is probably the wings.
I would go
and pizza.
Yeah, no, really, I would go pizza less. I would probably normally I would have gone with you with the wings, but I think chips and dip is probably the number one.
All right.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I think chips and dip too.
Yeah, chips and dip.
It is chips and dip. Mm-hmm. Chicken wings is second. Pizza's third, Case.
There you go.
Pizza's way up there.
We're very good at this.
Now it's set. Now, okay, and then it says nachos.
That's chips and dip.
That's kind of just, I count that as chips and dip.
Okay.
I mean, it's not technically
Like a
dip.
It's a combo of chips and dip.
Yeah.
This is the worst list ever.
It makes it, but it's its own category as a result.
And I guess because nachos,
It's like bronze.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's like bronze. It's like you combine copper and zinc, you get bronze.
Are people eating bronze for Super Bowl?
No, I'm making an
really
analogy.
shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what Transformers eat when they watch the Super Bowl.
This is excellent bronze.
Here, dip it in this aluminum.
Honey, more platinum, more platinum. Yeah, very good.
I didn't. Okay, I had no idea.
I want to make a clarification going back to the bronze
Please
joke. Brass is copper and zinc.
Oh my God.
Bronze is copper and tin.
Are you sure this is bronze? It tastes like copper and zinc.
We had a beautiful sunrise this morning. I mean, and it was great because, as Nick noted, as I looked outside, it was like 6:05 and there was daybreak, and that's a wonderful thing for us early risers, starting to see the sun that early in the day.
Well, the exact moment that the sun creases the sky every morning, people don't know this, but Kathy stands in a pentagram and slits a chicken's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hey, we get to eat chicken for breakfast.
absolutely.
It's good. Yeah.
Also, it stays darker later. So
Stays darker later.
I mean, stays lighter later.
Longer, yeah.
It stays later darker.
Yes.
Oh my God.
No, because I noticed that yesterday too. It was 6-ish, and it was still nice and bright out.
Yeah.
This is good.
Lighter later.
Yeah.
It gets darker later. It stays lighter later.
It dark.
It gets lighter
dark and dark
sooner.
Yeah.
Have you been off since you left the house this morning because of what happened with your coffee mug?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't hear this story, Preston.
No,
it's going to be a Lifetime movie. Judd Nelson's playing.
I'm sorry, guys. I got to answer this. Donna Levine's calling me. I don't even know who that is. I just got a call on my watch that distracted me. Preston, I made myself some coffee last night.
Okay.
All right. So can I tell you a quick story?
Yeah.
Let me just.
Were you laughing at how happy he was at himself for doing that?
The audio.
Yeah, it was my quick story.
Yeah, that was his joke.
Preston,
I'm gonna tell you a quick story. Wow.
If only.
I love it.
Wow, I got to laugh out of Kathy. I set my coffee
I didn't
timer
have to listen to the story.
every night.
You were free.
Coffee.
And so I was on my way into work this morning, poured my coffee, and the very first sip tasted off. And I was like, there's something going on here.
Yeah.
And so I gave it a couple of more sips. It just tasted like dishwashing liquid. It was like Palmolive. So
yeah, I've had that happen.
And it just, and I need those 20 ounces to wake up on my way into work this morning, and I didn't get that.
Oh, so you tossed it out and bailed on it, didn't make another cup?
I thought maybe I was going to die from poisoning or something like that, so I decided not to drink it.
Don't ever finish a cup of coffee that you feel has been poisoned.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, though. Like, little things can set your day in the right direction or in the completely wrong direction. And that one set... I mean, I'm sure the rest of the day will be fine or whatever, but like a little thing just like that, it puts you in a bad mood, and like I get it. I totally understand where you're coming from, man. It's frustrating.
I haven't picked up on any out of the ordinary.
No, you've been fine.
You seem the same as usual. So you've been faking it all day?
Yep. Fake it till you make it, bro.
Good job, man.
You know what I'm saying?
He was tweeting about this yesterday, posting on social media.
It's amazing
that he was making a film, and it's based on a very well-known story. If you know Bert, you know the story. And what we didn't know is that Mark Hamill is now involved in this project. Amazing. Please welcome Bert Kreischer to our program. Morning.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. Hey, I have no idea what time it is in Serbia. What part of the day you are in now? What's the time?
It is 1:15 in the afternoon, but I've been sleeping all day.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. When did you get in? How long have you been there?
You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
There's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, like, actors really know what they're talking about. Like, he had read the script, he had questions about it, he didn't like certain aspects of it, and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah, no, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear: the dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. we did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company?
Legendary.
So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah. Yes. Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of the machine, the movie came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy's...
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos, I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie, and we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we
it's more
spoken
believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, 33 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Nick. A couple of shout-outs I would like to do, if you guys don't mind. There are a few that I've let slide here. This one, so this one was for October 24th, but it's from Mike Lloyd. who says, "Get a big, juicy, wet Harvey Weinstein-sized shout-out for my wife, Heather. She is simply the best, and she will forever be my regular Saturday night thing. And I love her with all my heart." So, Mike Lloyd, here you go. That is for your wife, Heather, and that's a Harvey one, definitely. Another one says, "Hey, guys, I hope you bunch of crazies having a good morning. I was hoping you could do a shout-out for my dad, James Moss's birthday. He's turning 65, and he's lived quite the life. He's been to 49 of the 50 states, worked for the same company, PSE&G, for over 40 years, married my mom, raised some awesome kids, has been my rock through many, many times." She says, "I will always love you, Dad, and I hope that to have you around for another 65 years. Happy birthday from your favorite kid, Lily Moss Yerg from Mullica Hill." There's a short for Dad. Then this one says, "Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for making having to work for a living bearable. I've been listening for 15 plus years. You guys rock."
It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so these guys asked for a butt plug, and they don't quite understand the nature of a butt plug. The butt plug is for a nonprofit organization, for
right,
charity event, something like that.
Yes.
We give a plug to your event that's coming up. They wanted to shout out to a no hotel that's being built. They wanted a butt plug, and I'm not doing a butt plug. It's not a plug, but I am going to chart you out for listening. But it's a new Hotel Indigo being built in Westchester. It's slated to open in early to mid-December. This is from Linda Diebler-Gorman, who is a sales manager there. And she said, "We're a full-service hotel, 108 rooms, a boutique hotel with an on-site restaurant, Westchester Seafood Kitchen, and there will be a speakeasy in the basement, too." So, Linda, we'll give you a shout out, okay?
There you go. You got your mention.
And Nick found out they're having a hiring event, right?
Yeah, I was chatting with Linda over Instagram the other day, and they are looking for a lot of staff members. So if you're looking for a job and you live in the Westchester area, they need those spots filled. And it's their Instagram account is Hotel Indigo Westchester, and seems like a really cool place with a lot of nice people already working there.
Okay.
Love to hear that.
Here's another one. It says, this is from Jeff McGaw. And he says, "Steve, my father-in-law, Mike, had contacted you previously about his treatments for prostate cancer via letter, and you were kind enough to respond. He's truly a wonderful human and has welcomed me into his family with open arms. Tomorrow is his last treatment, and I was wondering if I could request a shout out for him."
Yes.
He says he knows I'm a podcaster and frequently asks if I'd listened yet because it seems like every time he calls, he gets on air. Thank you for giving me an additional connection with this great man. Hang on a second. Yeah, his father-in-law, Mike. So this is from Jeff McGaw. So here you go. And one last one. This was supposed to be on October 26th. This is Julie Jerkoff.
Julie Jerkoff.
She says, "Going to get a shout out from my son, Jack Brucker. Jack Cracker. He is an amazing guy. He's such
boxes of crackers.
He's such a great dad to his kiddos. He has the kindest heart. I'm just so proud of the man he has become. Thank you, Julie Jerkoff."
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Actually, her name is Kathy Brucker.
Forgive me.
I have a question for you guys, and I need your honest opinions because, Steve, you're a Delco trim light guy.
Yeah, I love them.
I got my trim lights up as well, and I'm trying to get the perfect Halloween color combination. And we seem to have a debate going on in my house because the colors that I prefer for Halloween, my family's like, those aren't Halloween colors.
All right,
and
I'll give you.
it looks better.
I'll give you mine because I have colored lights on my house as well. So I have the pathway lights green.
Okay.
I have the lights up on the house purplish, and then I have a wall that runs in our front yard. And on that, I've alternated that with purple, green, and orange.
Okay.
I have several of them that go across.
So what I'm going with is
and I have some red highlighted on some of the bushes.
Oh, so you're going all sorts of crazy. I'm going with, my thought here is two-color combination. And my two-color combination is a green and purple. And my wife and children are like, no, that's the Joker. And I'm like, those are like, it's witches. Witches, I think witches are green and purple.
You're fine with green and purple. I have purple around the house right now. I'm probably going to switch a little bit to orange. But I also have it on the lightning setup, Casey. So it flashes lightning on the house, which is very cool.
So why not add? You can add multiple colors.
I can do
right?
whatever I want.
So add some orange in there and make everybody happy. I agreed when I initially just did green and purple, and I thought that's too jokery.
Okay, and that's what you thought as well.
Yeah.
Because so when you get the Delco trim light, they do give you what's the word I'm looking for? It's pre-programmed. Stuff, right?
And there's a bunch of good stuff.
So the Halloween pre-program is orange and purple, and it's fine. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't scream Halloween the same way I think throwing the green in there really helps.
It's so easy to create your own palettes too.
Yeah,
so
do whatever you want, man.
All right, cool.
Do it, man.
All right,
it's
thanks,
a free
guys.
country. 3 feet back is government property.
Glad we got that straightened up. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by College Ave. From application to graduation and beyond, College Ave is covered with flexible student loans. You can apply today at collegeave.com. A woman who went missing in Australia's Snowy Mountains region for 6 days had been found by emergency services after a massive search rescue operation. Police said photographer Lovisa Sjoberg suffered from a snake bite while she was lost.
Was it a Himalayan snake?
In the remote mountains. No, she wasn't in the Himalayas. In New South Wales. She was in Australia. And in New South Wales. And she had to be treated for her injuries at the scene before being rushed to the hospital. Sjoberg is a regular visitor to Kosciuszko National Park, where she takes photographs as a part of a project documenting wild horses living in the mountains. And police said they had spoken to her, like a week or so before, and fears grew for her safety after a hire car company reported that her car had not been returned and she could not be contacted. They later found it unlocked and abandoned. They began a wide-scale search using dogs, firefighters, park rangers, helicopters with infrared capabilities. And the temperatures were dropping down to 32 degrees. She was found this past Sunday by a National Parks officer. But they didn't say what kind of snake bite. So obviously it didn't kill her.
Yes, it wasn't.
But sometimes they can just make you very ill.
Sure, yeah.
So maybe that was it.
I don't want to get bit.
Speaking of snakes, after 12 years of tracking and hunting Burmese pythons in South Florida, it takes a lot to get this gentleman, Ian Bartasek, riled. A wildlife biologist and science coordinator for the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. Bartasek would say the same thing about Ian Easterling, his right-hand man and fellow biologist on the project. So it was in the middle of python breeding season, and Ian had yelled out, we turned a corner, and Ian yells, "She's got a deer."
Yeah.
So Bartasek says that what they saw next was the most intense thing that he's ever witnessed in the field. He said, we see this large female python, and she's about halfway through swallowing a full-sized, full-grown white-tailed deer. It's insane.
That's crazy.
I mean, we're looking at a picture of it right now. It is insane.
The first second I saw the picture, I was like trying to determine where the actual head was, and it's at the top, and the mouth is covering the entire torso.
And it's just so much craziness about it. Like, how does that break down inside the... Like, how's there any room for anything,
for it to digest, how it's going to move, what happens afterwards. So,
he
said once it realized we weren't a threat, the snake proceeded to finish its meal, and it's hard to describe unless you've seen it with your own eyeballs, but this was as real and primal as it gets. We watched it engulf this animal all the way down to the tips of its hooves and swallow it whole. For Bartasek, the sight was both shocking and validating. He has for years suspected that this kind of predation is happening on a wide scale in South Florida, and his team has found evidence of pythons eating smaller deer in the past. Roughly 10 years ago, he and his team caught a 31.5-pound Burmese python that spit up a 35-pound whitetail, but 35 pounds is pretty small. And in July of 2022, they found hoof cores and hair from an already consumed deer in the belly of a 215-pound snake, which remains the largest Burmese python by weight ever caught in the Sunshine State.
So my question, and I don't know how I don't know this, I've never been curious about this aspect, how exactly does the python snatch its prey? How does it, is it predating on...
Is it a constrictor first?
Right, how does it make its initial?
Don't they have to
grab?
bite? And like we were just talking about snake bites, but I believe that the python's teeth are like these hooks that push back towards the back of the python's mouth.
Correct.
So they have to clamp onto it, and then they do the constricting.
So the bite, the constriction, and then the engulfing.
And if I understand correctly, if one of those suckers were to bite you, you could die from the infection of the bite, not from the venom of the snake.
Yeah. Bartek says that it took around 30 minutes for the snake to get the back half of the deer's body into its gullet. Snakes are learning to hunt whitetails from a young age, and this is concerning for local deer populations, which are currently on the decline. But in both the southern portion of Big Cypress National Preserves and Everglades National Park.
How is the goal to reduce the python population going?
Well, they're working on it, but I mean,
it doesn't seem like they're having success.
They're not going to be able to really do a lot. Apparently, I think that they pushed this deer's body back out of the snake.
Oh my God.
So I don't know if it would have even survived.
And did it go, what the hell was that?
Trying to have that
my God.
in there. Wow. In Kentucky, Scott High School's principal has been charged after police said they received video showing him holding a beer bong for 2 underage students at a New Year's Eve party. This is the principal and students, and he's holding the beer bong.
I included this in my resume.
Police said 50-year-old Anthony Procaccino was the principal of White's Tower Elementary at the time of the video. He can be seen holding up a beer bong as 2 students drink.
I call it a Procaccino.
The students were identified as Scott and Simon Kenton High School students between the ages of 16 and 17.
You're the best principal ever.
Procaccino is charged with 2 counts of aiding or assisting in serving minors alcohol. He was principal at White's Tower for 10 years before he became principal at Scott High School. So,
what do you fellas say to a couple of hookers on me?
Obviously, he's facing
Unbelievable.
some serious charges, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. We have another guest we're going to get to in a moment, but I want to take a break first, and we will come back with him. Greg Fitzsimmons, the Fitz Dog, is going to be at Helium Comedy Club starting on the 7th, so we'll just do a quick chat with him before we get into lesson, question, trash, music, news, and that stuff. So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
That all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston, and I really fell for it, and it was a funny story, a funny lie, and then I said we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? And I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us. And we laughed probably for 10 minutes, literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail. And Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston. Wow. And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. Okay. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah,
that guy would be great. I don't know, but anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you? Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife, and we're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggle so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope. That's great. And all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, "Hey, you interested?" And I was just like, "I'll pass." What? And my daughters lost it. They're like, "Why? What are you doing?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really." Not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went. I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like it runs in the family.
Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him, and here he is, square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now,
Oh yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place. They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter. I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like the first taste of the real Bill Burr that I got because we wanted to play. We played this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter, and he's like, "No, I'm not doing it." No, I don't want to do it. He's like, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this. I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine. Yeah. So how long will the shoot be taking place for The Machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID. Yeah. I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach. Take the Lufa, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on The Machine. Have you had time to pause and process how how things are going. In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you.
Later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound, and that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted,
just a bit,
in the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here. And by the way, it's their idea that you and I. Yeah, the Smashing Pumpkins, 93.3 WMMR 0. Preston and Steve show. It's about 5 minutes after 10 o'clock. Today is Wednesday. Don't forget, secret text word secret 39333. We're going to give that prize away before we are done in actually just a little while. We'll do it. Nice day today, 76 degrees, man. Gets even better for Halloween, 81 tomorrow. Could be a record in Philadelphia, and it's going to be perfect for your night out.
It's my night. It's Thursday night, too. Yep. So the kids will be coming directly from happy hour.
Yes, of course it will be. So you know they'll be in a mood.
They'll be all lit up and ready for candy.
Yeah. Our next guest is hoping that you'll come out on a beautiful evening to join him. Now, it's not till November 7th night, so a week plus away. But he's going to be performing at Helium Comedy Club, and it's probably going to stop by when he's in town. That's what I hear.
So this is kind of like a pre-tease.
Yeah, just to let you know.
Yeah.
The man is coming to town. Ladies and gentlemen, the Fitz dog himself, Greg Fitzsimmons, is joining us via Zoom. Hey, man.
This is really exciting because I know normally you guys like to do things with me physically when I'm in the studio.
Yes.
So to call in, nobody's going to... no overweight Asian women are going to walk on my back.
Hey, listen, actually, Greg,
funny you should mention that.
We were speaking off air, and we're like, I wonder if in this very rare occasion that we have, that we speak to a guest before they're going to come visit us in studio, and Steve posited the idea of, is there anything that you would like us to do for you?
Well, as sort of a mea culpa for causing irreparable spinal damage, is there anything that you would like? And the sky's the limit within
reason.
Reason of attainability.
Yeah.
Is there something you would like to have here for when you arrive?
How about a fit Asian woman walking on my back?
right.
Like a lightweight, one who, eats salad once in a while and has heard of a treadmill.
Okay. And so, what about any type of food would you like?
Oh, let's see. It's
we can provide
the crack of dawn. It's Philly. What's good? Smoked salmon would be really nice.
Smoked salmon.
Okay.
I think we could take
or
this
like lox.
Sure.
A bagel with lox.
Yeah.
That
All
would be amazing.
All right, bagel and lox.
Yep.
All right.
Consider that done. You
And-
like capers with that and all the trimmings?
Little caper,
Oh, yeah.
little slice of onion.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's start the day right. Well, when I come in, people don't realize what a stand-up comedy. We don't work a lot in terms of we do an hour a night on stage.
Right.
And then, you got to spend a few hours doing blow and hooking up with, runaways. But when I come to Philly, I get up, I got a 6 a.m. flight on Thursday.
Yeah.
I'll get in. I'll have just enough time to get to the hotel, eat, shower, go do the show, and then get back to the hotel, go to bed, and then wake up to do radio with you guys, which I'll have to wake up at 7, which is 4 a.m. LA time.
Right.
And then come in, match your energy, which, wow. You guys are really...
We're Carrot Top level.
It's intense.
Well, let me ask you then. Would you like one of those trendy IV?
Oh, yeah.
B12.
Yeah. Would you like one of those when you get here?
Well, when you go to do, that's no joke, when you go to do Joe Rogan's podcast, there is a registered nurse who is there. And you got your choice, little B12. I don't even know what half of them are.
Really?
But you just stick your ass out and they start throwing darts. Yeah.
And have you availed?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
When in Rome. And
Yeah.
then, and then a lot of times you do the show and he'll light a spleef before you start. And he'll be like, you want to, and I always go this is going to be 3 hours. There's going to be 7 million people listening. I should be sharp. Yeah, why not?
He's just kind of following in the footsteps of what Paul Harvey used to do with his guests.
Yes.
I love that atmosphere, though, of keeping people comfortable. That's. I've not ever done the IV thing. Todd Glass was in here.
Yeah, Todd does it.
And he that's like his go-to. Are you a fan of any of these trendy things? Are you now a convert to the world of IV treatments?
I have. I've probably done it 3 times. And one of the times I did it was I flew to Atlanta and this fan DM'd me. He goes, "Hey, I got a float tank place." And so I go in and you hit the cold plunge, which is 39 degrees. I know first you hit the hot sauna and then you hit the cold plunge and then you get into a floating pool, which is body temperature. It's salty. And they close the lid. It's like an oyster shell.
Yeah,
You
sensory
get in-
deprivation. Yeah.
Yes, and you go in there and you're fully naked and you're in you're in body temperature water, and you get an erection almost instantly.
Boom.
Because I don't know, there's something about being in body. It's like being in the womb. I don't know if babies have erections.
They do. It's actually been shown that they do.
Up Periscope.
Yep, Periscope. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you never want to be born breech, because it's going against.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're going to
Yeah.
catch. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna catch.
No, actually, it would go the opposite.
Well, I guess that's true.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
You want to be breech. You want to be breech.
So let me ask you: did you find? Because I've done the float tank. They're amazing, and
Yeah,
actually,
Halcyon floats. We're actually giving away 5 of those this week.
yeah, and they have a full room. So it's for people who are a little bit claustrophobic.
Yeah.
The first thing you hear is nothing, and then you start to hear your own body, and then once you get used to that, it is otherworldly. It is right out of altered states.
Yeah, and I meditate every day. I've meditated for 10 years every day.
Ah.
And so when I go in there, it's like the ultimate place to meditate.
Sure.
And time, there is no time. You really don't know how long you've been in there. And, they're supposed to do it for like 20 minutes. And then the guy was like, hey, I'm a big fan, man. Stay in as long as you want. I just figured maybe 25. So I get out an hour later.
No way.
And I was so disoriented. I just stumbled around Atlanta, just like staring at street signs. I couldn't find my way home. I was on stage that night. I was repeating jokes. There were these long pauses. I was like, never again on the show day.
Wow.
Greg, what's your, after experiencing it, and maybe you've done it a few times, but what's your opinion on the cold plunge?
I love it. I think it's fantastic. I mean, I've always loved cold water. Like we were in Seattle not that long ago, and I jumped in the Puget Sound, which is like, icy. And I like the rush because I'm dead inside, and to feel something, I guess like a cutter. I consider a cold plunge like like cutting.
It's for cutters who don't like knives.
Greg, I recently just tried the cold plunge. I've done it 3 times now. I'm getting better at it. I can kind of hang in there longer. But the one thing I did notice is there's a sensation because I go up to where my neck starts, and I feel the sensation of the coldness going up my spine and into the back of my skull. And I'm like, I don't know if this is a good idea or not. I should probably hop out. And so I do. I don't know if you've allowed that coldness to rush up into your skull.
Oh, yeah, you definitely feel that. It's all about that spine. And I do it. I have a friend around the corner who has one in his yard, and we get in it when he's in town. We get in it all the time, and I scream when I go in. That's my whole thing.
Sure.
It's like, oh my God, it's like Braveheart. Like before I get in, I'm just like, ah. And then once you get in, it's all about the breathing. You have to do like really controlled.
Yeah.
And then you just get into it, and. But if you get out, and I mean, the feeling when you get out is you feel so amazing because I'm 58. You've always got some kind of body pains going on. And when you get out, they're just gone.
Okay. It's funny because these things there are things that become trendy and then go out of favor. But I've heard so many people, and I think you're thinking the same thing, Preston.
I'm thinking.
Singing the praises.
Yeah.
I think I need to try this.
I feel pretty good getting out of a hot tub, though. I mean, I'm good with that,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the combination of hot tub and there's a place, I live in Venice, so it's very trendy. There's a place on the corner that just opened up that is co-ed. Nude, cold plunge, hot sauna, and I'm like, that's the last place I want my penis shown. Coming out of a cold plunge.
But if you get into the warmth and you show you're a grower at that point.
Not a
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know about it. I went to a place in Portland called the Essex House, and anybody in Portland, if you say that place, they know what it is. It's this big old Victorian on the outskirts of town. That always is the beginning of a good story. And I show up and I get a massage, and it was a great massage. I come out and then I'm paying, and the lady goes, we also have a spa where you can get cold hot tub, sauna, steam room. I go, sounds great. She's like, yeah, it's an extra $10. She goes, but I should let you know it's clothing optional. And I'm like, well, which option are people going with? And she's like, nude. People are nude. And so I was thinking about my body, and like, we all have body images.
Absolutely.
Like how we feel.
Yeah.
And so I look really good with clothes. I mean, I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
But naked, it's just, I'm skinny. I'm pale. I have freckles in weird places and orange pubic hair, and an unusually large penis. Like it doesn't match with my body.
Yes.
It doesn't become a thing of envy. It becomes an oddity.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I call my wife and I go, hey, there's this nude spa. I'm thinking about going. How do you feel about that? And she laughed for 11 minutes straight. And I said, so you're not worried like something will happen? And then she laughed for like another 12 minutes. And then she goes, go ahead, freak. Go in the new. So I go in and I felt very free. And what I realized was at 58, women don't look at you. Women did not look at me. And I realized, oh, yeah, that's how it is in the outside. I'm a ghost.
You're Patrick Swayze. Yeah, there's nothing happening. Well, I think so. We have locks, right?
I wrote it all down. We got an order.
He wants an Angelo's cheesesteak. Wait, that might be.
That was you, I think.
Ivy? Should we throw?
Yeah. Lox Ivy and a cold plunge.
All right.
And a cold plunge?
We see if we can. That might be a little more difficult, but
we'll work on getting some of these things.
And if possible, a fit Asian woman.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Put it on the chalkboard for the morning meeting.
Done. All right, Greg, we'll chat some more when you come in. Greg, by the way, is playing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, November 7th, 8th, and 9th. You can get those tickets now. You
get
will
them now.
Not regret it. Heliumcomedy.com, but get them before they sell out. So that's why the advance warning here. So, all right, brother, we will see you when you're in town, all right?
You guys are the best. Thanks for having me.
You got it, buddy. Greg Fitzsimmons, the Fitz Dog. All right, we need to do today's lesson question. We're going to give away, by the way, a 4-pack of GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, if you can answer this question correctly. And I haven't decided on what we're going to go with here. Oh, yeah. How many snookles are in a truckle? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you heard that. How many snookles are in a truckle?
Snookle.
215-263 WMMR. If you know that answer, call now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories and we'll try to get an answer. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Game of Thrones alum Sophie Turner wishing her billionaire boyfriend Peregrine Pearson a happy 30th birthday with a flirty Instagram post. In the post, Turner exclaims, "Sex with you after having sex with Joe Jonas is like taking the Fisher-Price steering wheel away and actually driving the car." Giselle Bundchen made sure she told ex-Tom Brady that she was pregnant in a respectful way before the media caught wind. Bundchen reportedly sent Brady a video of her boyfriend Joaquin Valente taking her from behind.
Hey!
And finally, Jeremy Allen White is playing the 1982 version of Springsteen in the movie Deliver Me From Nowhere, which chronicles the making of his album Nebraska. The movie will veer slightly from history when Springsteen is forced to fight a demigorgon. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if you happen to know how many snookles are in a truckle. 215-263 WMMR. We'll go to Ralph, see if he knows. Hey, Ralph. Morning, bud.
Morning. Is this a love you hate you line?
It is for you. All right, how many snookles in a truckle?
I'll go 2.
2, yeah. All right, Ralph, hang on. We're going to give you a 4-pack of general admission tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House on Main Street, Manioc, featuring live scare actors, production quality sets, animatronics, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manioc. Tickets and information at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, the ticket sales controversy continues for the Gallagher brothers. When Oasis announced that they were coming back for a reunion, the 1.4 million tickets available were snapped up immediately.
Yeah.
However, quite a few of those wound up on resale sites for an inflated price. Those tickets are being canceled.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa!
Ticketmaster has announced that around 50,000 tickets that wound up on resale sites are being canceled. Like, they're not having it, dude. They're putting their foot down.
So, okay. So in some cases, Ticketmaster works with certified resellers. So is the issue here that immediately upon the announcing and releasing of the tickets, they scarfed up so many so quickly? Mm-hmm. Is that it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Last month, Oasis announced that Ticketmaster's controversial dynamic pricing model wouldn't be used for their tour. The model has caused tickets to rise to 4 figures for other recent tours, but they don't want people to resell them, and so they canceled them.
So the people who spent that money?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're just screwed out of it or what.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I'm like, because Ticketmaster, do they have their own Resale? Because I'm on Ticketmaster's app right now.
When I've used the site recently, Case, for tickets, or been sent tickets through Ticketmaster, and I'll go and I'll see. Yes, they have. It appears they have their own certified, approved resellers that they work with. I don't know if they're actually owned. Their resellers are owned by Ticketmaster. I don't know.
So the tickets are going to go back on resale on Ticketmaster at face value, but Nick had pulled that up. But we don't know what happens to the people who paid.
Oh, right.
For those for secondhand. So
because you could have bought those and not. I mean, you might have. Not doing anything nefarious. You just thought, okay, here's a way to buy them.
Yep.
And is this for the whole tour, or is this just in one particular area?
That's the whole tour.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Jelly Roll stopped by the small town of Winder, Georgia. If the name sounds vaguely familiar, it's because there was a tragic school shooting there last month in which 2 students and 2 teachers lost their lives while 7 others were injured. Before playing State Farm Arena in Atlanta on Saturday night, Jelly Roll made time to stop by Winder to put on a private afternoon concert for students and their families. And he made sure to remember each of the victims by name from the stage and played a full set for the Winder community. So it was very cool of him to do that.
He seems like a nice guy.
And then one last story. Kill Switch Engage is returning to the road as a headliner. The band's first tour in North America since 2022 starts March 5th in Nashville, and there will be supported on the 27-date tour by Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan.
Oh.
That's why I'm reading. I know what Kublai Khan is, but this is spelled Kublai. So Kublai Khan, I believe.
No.
It says by Kublai Khan, Texas. Fit for a King and Frozen Soul. So anyhow, I don't know much about those bands. In fact, I don't know a goddamn thing about them.
I don't.
Listen, I got to say, I don't know a goddamn thing about the news.
Limited VIP meet and greet tickets started on pre-sale yesterday at noon, and the general public ticket sales start Friday at 10 a.m. local time. They're going to be playing in our area at Franklin Music Hall on April 5th. And maybe it's not Kublai Khan, Texas. It's Kublai Khan, and then maybe TX is another band.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
They're from Texas, Preston. But you're right. There's 2 different names for the band. Kublai Khan and Kublai Khan TX.
That's very, very confusing.
Yeah. I guess you guys don't remember their latest single, Animal Song? Swan Song off of the Lowest Form of Animal?
No.
Wait, Swan Song?
Yeah.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
That's what I was hoping for.
Didn't they do a box of crackers? Was that the name of their song?
Yeah,
they had a hit with that.
Boxes of crackers.
Yeah,
it's off the
crackers in a box of candy bars.
That's it. The album is called Box of Crackers, Box of Candy Bars.
All right. That's all I have in music news for you.
It's like the Animals album.
Yes. Let me see here. Nick, I need a secret text word caller. Kathy usually does it. She's out today. What's it going to be?
How about caller 7?
All 7. Did that for Casey. All right, 215-263 WMMR. We'll get a winner when we come back. We'll wrap up the show. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and but I'm
not
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
Oh, don't worry, I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle.
It's not a drum off. It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it just
gorgeous.
seems, it seems so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love and I love John Coltrane, and I love all the different to talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, "Oh, it's too complex. I don't understand it." But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that, that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice. I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is. It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort. Yeah. And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, Don't give up.
To me, the most important thing, I mean, I always say that a technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side.
Hey. I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do. Get a little mud on her. 93.3 WMMR. Song's called Mud. 10:34. The Preston and Steve Show. Coming to a close for the day, but not before. We get a winner for a secret text word today. We were looking for caller number 7, and that caller is Sean. So we'll go to him. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Folks, Dorton.
Dorton. Happy Dorton to you, my man. All right, Sean, hit us with the secret text word, all right?
Alvin.
Correct. Hang on, Sean. Got yourself some tickets to see David Cross, the End of the Beginning of the End tour. November 12th, Keswick Theater in Glenside with special guest Sean Patton. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. And we had a random texter by the name of Joe Johnson, who's from Boyertown, and he's going to get the same thing. So we got those tickets for you to see David Cross at the Keswick on November 12th. Congratulations to you, friend. Let me thank our guests that we had on the program today. We had Lieutenant Chris McMullin. Hey! Bucks County Sheriff's Office show is called True Crime Show, or it's a true crime show called Philly Homicide on Oxygen. It's 10 episodes, and it starts Saturday, 9 p.m. on Oxygen. So if you'd like to see that, please check it out. And then we had a quick conversation with Greg Fitzsimmons.
The best.
The Fitz Dog is going to be at Helium Comedy Club. Not till Thursday, November 7th through that weekend, and he's going to stop in town then. But he just want to hop on real quick. He's a longtime friend, and just let you know, get the word out. Tickets are on sale.
They'll go fast.
Yep.
And then we have a list of things that we're going to get for his arrival in here.
I love seeing. I've seen him at Helium and just had a ball.
The best.
He's great. So looking forward to that. Pierre Robert is here with us this morning. How you doing, man?
And good day and good day.
Nice to see you today.
And to see you is a glorious day.
Your vision in burgundy.
I am Burgundy.
Yeah.
I am Pierre Burgundy.
Wearing the burgundy corduroy jacket. That's pretty cool. I should get a corduroy jacket.
Well, it's sort of a large shirt.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see. I see now. From here, it looked like a jacket.
Shackets.
Shackets?
It's called a shacket, where it's
Okay.
kind of like a cross between a shirt and a jacket.
I have a shacket.
Yeah.
Okay, there it
From
is.
time to time. I didn't know that.
I'm Pete Burgundy.
Pete Burgundy.
Pete Burgundy.
I like it.
I like it.
Letter of the day?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in October.
All right, and we will give away on Friday a 5-pack of Float and Sauna Sessions from Halcyon Floats. Stress can be scary. Relax with a float session from Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. Relax, recover, reset, halcyonfloats.com. And I want to thank one more person, Nick McMullin, for filling in for Kathy today doing the news. It is a daunting task.
Kathy's so good at it.
But he handles it very, very well.
Thank you.
So, yeah. What's up on the show, man?
Well, we'll have more tickets for Tommy Conwell, Ardmore Music Hall in November, hosted by Bam Bam. We also will have Pierre's Polling Place, once again, a block of different bands that were in town over the course of the summer. And you can go to WMMR.com/Pierre and vote through Friday for what you think your favorite concert of the summer was. And you can vote once a day. Also, we will have a block of Bush for Gavin Rossdale's birthday and a theme block of freedom songs. Someone is retiring, feeling themselves thus free, and asked for a few songs dealing with freedom.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it'll be fun.
Cool, man. Let me thank the sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. It's also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles, and by Company Wrench. Visit them at 2636 South Black Horse Pike in Williamstown or at CompanyWrench.com. Tomorrow on the program, we're going to have two people, Tyler Fauntleroy and Lauren Marasuse. They are both starring in the production of Alexander Hamilton, and they play Alexander and Eliza Hamilton.
Wow.
So the
That's
leads
terrific,
in the
yeah.
show, and they're going to be stopping by tomorrow morning. Should be pretty damn cool.
I'm going.
crack shot.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, right. I'm going to the show with my sister tonight, so I'll be able to report on their performances tomorrow.
Nice.
Awesome. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend.
Preston and Steve.